and father, separate but together. Each perspective in view. I am me, I am you. Justice, fear, and father, separate but together. Each perspective in view. I am me, I am you. I am you. I am me, I am you. I am me, I am you.
Attention citizens, please transfer to 1399. Proceed instantly to the center. Thank you.
Hello, we're live. We exist.
Oh, I forgot that I usually play music during this game. I gotta go find
You
music.
know what I almost forgot?
What's that?
To say congratulations.
Hey,
Bo.
thank you very much.
Hit 400.
Scobalts as well was bright and early to stream to comment that as well. Thank you very much. I've been sitting at like 399 for several days. I was like, come on.
I mean, that's how it happens.
It really is. It's one of those things where I'm just like waiting for it to probably creep down again, just because the random bleed off of subscribers that happens in YouTube. So we shall see, but regardless.
Yeah,
Glow Phantom, good to see both of you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, right, I was getting music. That was the thing I was doing.
Yeah, and then, goddamn, do we have a lot to talk about again, because...
Oh, it is loud.
It happened again, where we just...
There we go.
Had to...
Whoops.
Skip a week due to things. And then even this week should have been Thursday, but it can't be.
But it ain't. It's
I
today.
refuse to let it be Thursday. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I made a
I'm
promise, and it's
flexible.
a big day. I'm going to be so excited.
Ah, Glow is off to test the new Helldivers update. Let me know how that is. Me and my friends have not sort of meandered back to Helldivers in a few months.
I haven't really gone back in a while either.
I'll be curious to see. So I think they added like new difficulty, even bigger outposts and stuff.
Oh, nice.
Could be a cool update.
You know what I had to start playing because I got paid to review the game?
What's that?
I have had to start playing Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League.
Oh yeah. Is it any good?
There was love put into that game, and it's a shame.
Well, good.
I know I say it's a shame because it really didn't have to be a live service game.
Ah, yes.
But there was very clearly a lot of love and effort that went into that thing. To the point where there actually is a game that it takes clear inspiration of, and people do genuinely like.
What's that?
Borderlands, actually.
Oh, interesting.
So,
that is. I mean, I don't know much
expect.
about the Suicide game you're referencing because I haven't been paying attention, but that is definitely not the game that I would have expected you to mention as similar.
No, not at all. Sorry, I was also collecting my daily in your chat because I am 3 away.
So close.
Just making sure it actually went through.
Yep, I see it now.
And then now, what I should be able to do is properties, Vignon, USB video. Hey, oh, Chatbit came through for some reason. Okay,
hi,
sure, Chatbit.
Chatbit's gonna be noisy.
Don't know why Chatbit was let through the gates, to be honest, but
There's no stopping Chatbit. Chatbit goes where Chatbit likes.
See if I can remember this properly.
Ah, there's Mola for the daily. Hello.
Nice. But yeah, so I've had to start playing that. It definitely takes clear inspiration from Borderlands because of Chatbit's being let through today.
So what specific
what?
traits
I'll take
of like Borderlands jump out?
So the skill tree in
Okay.
the game is extremely reminiscent of Borderlands.
Not a bad skill tree. I think it's a
the
pretty good
idea
implementation.
The idea is that you have the three that focus on the three main elements: your gunplay, your melee play, and your traversal play, because the traversal actually is like a huge thing in that game.
Okay, interesting.
Like way bigger than they let on at first.
Certainly interesting.
Upgrade to level 5 and interact with it.
Yeah, that is
So
the
we
current
need
next objective.
dark silver ingots, power core, and primal blood essence. I don't think we can make any of that yet.
cores. Yeah, no. Hey, priestess, welcome.
Yeah, I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, the dark silver is going to be important because the dark silver weapons are also the necessary piece for upgrading our current weapons.
Priestess has tested because I remembered to set it up today. So Priestess did indeed get their daily off of my channel as well from you.
Nice.
It worked.
Mosquito.
My goddamn Frankenstein worked. That's a thing.
I don't even see.
It's like it's not gonna be for a while. I don't think from the looks of.
Oh wait, no. We just got the ability to make dark silver ingots. We did.
So we should already have the ability to do stuff like that then.
Yeah, we need the advanced forge. Did I make one of those? I sure did. Okay.
What does the power core come from?
Okay, so we're gonna need silver ore and spectral dust. So we're gonna have to go mine silver ore. That's gonna be our next major objective, I think.
I don't see where this like primal thing is. It works? Yeah, it does, priestess. Hello.
Oh, you had a tornado come
Let's
through.
go.
Was it
Oh,
did
yeah.
it do much damage? Was it kind of a one that just like rolled through?
Where is this like power core thing it wants us to make though?
I don't know. Are they crafted, or is that something that we can...
4 power cores. I guess we can always...
Because up in the north,
look
there's
up.
the places that have the like they're marked as quote-unquote electricity. So I don't know if that's related to the power cores.
Oh, yeah, you know what I could have done, too? Oh, it says crafting item. Oh, it... Voltea the Power Master. What level are you? 77, so no.
Oh.
We don't have the ability to make it
Transformers and
yet.
highways down. Well, I'm glad minimal damage to persons.
So,
happened
nowhere
at least.
drops them, right? It's just tech scrap, electricity...
Okay, yeah, power cores, we can make it at the fabricator out of radium alloy and charged batteries.
Do we have it
But
unlocked?
we don't have the ability to do so yet.
Okay, yeah, and the gear level actually needs to be a little bit higher in order to see it too. Because it's
Okay,
77,
So yeah, silver is going to be our next step. And the spectral dust, which is made at
I
the
can deal with
advanced
spectral
grinder.
dust pretty
Out
easily.
of ghost crystal and scourge stone. Scourge stone we have at least some of, or
Dawn
access
Spawner.
to.
And then we don't have anything better for weapons or armor yet, so we do have to do the spectral dust level up. Okay. We actually have
Yeah.
access to the banshees, so I can see what banshees take, so I can get spectral dust for us.
Yeah, well, in scourge stones, we could grind it out of, and that's just made out of grave dust and whetstones. So that's relatively
also
straightforward.
There's also the banshees that'll drop it.
I mean, that's a good option too.
So I was just
Got
gonna
a couple
check
paths.
Yeah, I
to
just
it,
want
at
to check
least.
what the banshees actually take to get it, like to get a banshee going. I mean,
Capo, welcome. The whole game's here today.
banshee. A banshee will take gem dust and plague briar, which we have 54 of,
Well, that's something.
and it's still regrowing, I believe. Hey, you know,
Oh, it's over here.
Poe's hit that 400 subscriber mark,
I did.
which reminds me to shell out and say, hey, if you haven't subbed to the channel and you like the streams,
It's true.
go for it. It's
We also-
free.
We can make a bigger bag now as well. That's something.
I have messed up
We need pristine leather.
on Twitch.
How much pristine leather do we have?
Oh my... Yo,
A 9.
we got our robes. I'll clarify, this is IRL. We got Haori's made.
That makes more sense. Okay, so we need...
Oh, what's my YouTube title? I kind of want to mock it.
Oh, the Cursed Village. Looks like you can get ghost crystals and spectral dust up there.
Okay.
So I think... What was it that you made that gave you the immunity to that forest's shenanigans?
The cloak. It's actually pretty easy to make.
Oh, Shroud of the Forest?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good chunk of pristine hides. Which we have
It is.
pretty much
But
none
I
of.
found
Oh,
it.
no, we actually have quite a few. Okay, so we got that. Plant fiber. Do we have ghost shrooms lurking about?
Maybe. I'm about to go back into the backyard, so I'll check for you.
Yeah, check.
I'm just
I also
taking my
need-
gem dust with me because I'm gonna get ghost dust going in the way of banshees as well because I don't think we use
Can't
gem
hurt.
dust for like anything else.
Not really. It's just kind of been collecting.
Yeah. So I will make banshees out of that.
Do you have plant fiber back there too?
We do have plant fiber, more than enough. And what was the other one? Ghost shroom?
Yeah, ghost shrooms. I only need like
24.
12. I think I only need 12.
Oh,
It is 12.
24.
12 of those, 113 plant fibers.
Snowflower seeds.
Yeah, so I did make the 400
plague
subscribers,
briar
which was
seeds.
very exciting. I also had made the particle system. I need to sit down and record the video so that I can try to advertise on Twitter because I have the particle system that makes specifically 400 so that there's a little representation of how many well, that was a terrible beginning to that sentence. What it looks like to have 400 of anything. I don't remember, I don't think I ended up making a stream deck link to make that active. I actually have to open up my
Whoops.
node graphs to do it. Where did I hide that? Actually, did I? Maybe I never did actually make one.
I do have so we have SCP related news.
Ah, yes.
So we can
What's
talk
the
about
news
as
on
well.
that?
So I got into a pretty big panic at one moment actually
Uh-huh.
because VTM's policy and like copyright system is actually different than D&D 5e,
Oh, is it?
in which you're not allowed to use the core rulebook,
Mhm.
but they are very nice in that they kind of don't tell you what they trademarked really.
I
They say
don't know
any
if I'd
part
call that
of,
nice.
there's a reason it's nice that I can
Okay.
explain after, but the way they word it is that any part of the quote storyteller system that is eligible for trademark has been trademarked.
What
That
does
being
that
said, you can't really copyright like a certain game mechanic, right? It's not allowed.
Okay.
Because that's why we have so many, like that's how we have games that do different things. Like that's why fishing exists. You
Sure.
can't sit
Yeah.
there and say you can't use this type of fishing, or even the better example is Skyrim's lockpicking.
Everybody does
can-
like to use the damn lockpicking.
You can find like 100 different people that use Skyrim's lockpicking now, because they're not allowed to trademark that exact mechanic. They may be able to trademark like a very specific computer formula if it's like detrimental to what they do. But so far, the only major case I've seen of this is actually with No Man's Sky. Because No Man's Sky's formula for like their open world system is, I believe, under trademark.
Ah, yes, that would make sense. Very proprietary tech involved there.
Yeah, especially since it allows them to do what they do. They have like billions of planets in one game. You can travel to and traverse them all, like etc. That game's gotten nothing but better still too, which is nice.
Quite remarkable, in fact. A real testament to,
I love it.
I don't know, stick-to-itiveness, whatever you want to call it.
They are the heroes
perseverance.
of the game development industry.
They certainly have been recently.
If there was ever like a company that I would call part of like the Justice League of games, Hello Games would be on there for sure.
Yeah.
Hello Games. I feel like CD Projekt Red is the equivalent of like Mr. Elastic or like someone like that on the Justice League, where it's like they definitely fucked up, but
they sure did. I think they're doing okay now.
They've shown the error of their ways, and they've shown that they are willing to go and fix their mistake, which is nice. And other people have been learning from their lesson in a pretty significant way, because no one's going and like everyone is now hesitant to even give a release date.
Well, thank God.
Because of that.
Like, y'all just freaking chill.
Yeah, so it is both good and bad for the industry, but I feel like
Banshee, get out of the damn house.
Did you leave a door open?
I did. I was just in here. Get out of here.
That's why the door has to stay closed. You have to close it when you go into a place. That should give us a spectral dust purr.
Invading the damn tannery / tailoring shop.
Oh, it takes 18 flowers to make one banshee too.
That's pretty rough.
Oh, that is kind of rough. It also takes 5 minutes, so they're, I guess, a passive source, but not as much of a...
Okay, do we have more mutant grease lying about somewhere?
What type of material is spectral dust?
It's material storage over here is where it would go. Of note, I couldn't find that particle system. I don't know if I had put it on a node graph and lost track of it. I'll deal with it later. I was going to show it, but I can't. I'll get back to it later. Fine.
But yeah, so the copyright system for VTM is a little sketchy, but them wording it the way they have is actually a little bit better than worse for people, because of the fact that it means that what mechanics you can and can't use are actually very open to interpretation.
I mean, that's kind of nice, and as long as they don't go about deciding that they want to interpret it differently after you've done it. Clarity in legal matters is beneficial.
As long as you can just reasonably prove that it is not the same mechanic, which, like... So, for example, the best one to word is, like, how time works in any given game is not allowed to be trademarked or copywritten.
I would think not.
Well, that's actually, important, especially in the case of VTM, because time flows in a very unique way in VTM.
Okay.
And so if you're explaining it differently than they are, then you're actually mostly in the clear for, like, the time mechanic. Because in something like VTM, it's not necessarily just like, oh yeah, day passes every X amount of actions, like, your action doesn't take 6 seconds, for example. It's like an action is how long it takes to open up a backpack, or to search a computer for a file, or to punch a guard in the face, etc.
Oh. Okay. One of the dudes.
So, like, because of that, as long as they word it differently, that stuff is indeed fair game. Because it has to be. As where taking and using, like, the hunger system, for example, is, like, a bit more complicated. Because it's like, oh yeah, I can't specifically make people hungry using this, like, roll of the dice in which the exact same thing happens when you fail the dice roll. or when you get too hungry, for example. Wow, for once I picked up the game, and I'm just kind of chilling with the controls. Normally I suffer like a ton in this stuff right now.
I'm only suffering because I'm being punched in the face. That is...
Yeah,
There's
I'm
also
trying to
a
help.
shit ton of these guys.
But yeah, so using that to like my advantage, I can definitely still make and sell an SCP tabletop RPG. I do like how much extra spectral dust he's giving us, by the way, because his minions do drop normal stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of working out. Wow, I just melted a lot of them.
Yep, they're weak. They're just persistent.
Don't counter on me.
Oh, of course you're gonna fear me.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that you are still able to move forward with that.
Yeah. Well, regardless if it didn't happen, the most that like would have happened is I just wouldn't have been able to sell the book. For
Yeah, but like
set.
that, I mean, that's a tremendous disappointment.
Yeah. But it's not the case, so don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's good.
What's this about mechanics, SCP, and a TTRPG? So, for any who don't know, me, Snowy, and a friend of ours, Arlen, are playing through Persona 5 on stream. Also, yes, I know it's you, Abdul, and that I don't have to explain it, but this gives me a good chance to explain it.
It's true.
However, all of us, as well as Poe, have also expressed interest in playing through a SCP tabletop game when we're done Persona. And so, because I really like to write stuff, and I hate the current one that exists, I have taken to writing a new SCP-themed tabletop RPG. I'd say that, Poe, it's like it actually is kind of bad.
I don't doubt it. There's, I mean, there are a lot of bad tabletop systems.
Yeah, the big oh no that like warns people is there's decimal points in your rolls.
That's not good.
No, that's not something people want to deal with, like ever. You know, we probably will be doing this through Tabletop Sim and not Roll20. I thought about Roll20 for a bit because of its connection to Discord.
Yeah, they just added that, which is convenient.
It is very convenient, but like, it's just not a great... As much as I love Roll20, and as much as it was made for D&D, it's not nearly as satisfying as a 3D tabletop simulator.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
How do I heal again?
Haven't actually used Roll20 before, really, so I'm largely indifferent to whatever.
Yeah, I'd still prefer to use it because, like, Roll20 can get a little laggy with, like, dice and whatnot, and VTM is, like, very dice-heavy, in fact. So, with taking inspiration from it, it's only bound to happen where the whatever I make also uses dice quite a bit.
I mean, rolling dice is half the fun.
It is half the fun, which is why Tabletop Sim is better, because we get 3D dice that don't lag the world.
That's fair.
Because they just decided, hey, what if we need a dice system for a game? and everyone has like a semi-fair dice system. But what if instead of a dice system, we made a really good physics system for it?
That does just solve all kinds of dice problems if you just have
so many of them.
Just have a physics system instead.
Yep. You have a physics system. You have a button that can help you roll these physics. That can like add impulses to the dice appropriately and whatnot. And so like it's very tweaked and refined, which is nice.
Just throw pristine hides at you here. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm still up getting spectral dust.
I'm kind of perusing around the areas here.
Well, that's fair.
To grab various stuff.
But yeah, so we've expressed interest and want to be playing a SCP-themed tabletop sim after this.
Yeah.
And we have come to the decision that it's probably going to be a better game for me to go towards after the stuff I'm doing right now. Just because it's easier to market and sell for. Once it's done, an SCP tabletop sim Kickstarter might be like absolutely perfect. I will say it is also a dice roll Kickstarter. However, here's part of the news that I get to tell about the SCP thing. That was this made me laugh the absolute most, and just nothing but reassured me that what I was doing was the right course of action. So I was looking at the other SCP tabletop game.
Getting some reference.
Was upset at their floats. We'll get some reference also to see like just how it actually like acted and whether or not it was good enough to like use.
Well, yeah. See what you could borrow, what might work out. See if it'll work. Yeah, totally reasonable.
Yeah. All the reviews are like either feel paid for or aren't good. There's no in between.
Yeah, that's too
bad. Bad sign. Yeah, because the reviews that feel paid for also feel like they say the same shit. Of like, if you're looking for a tabletop for SCP, this is your only option.
Yeah, like
the good one.
Finding the one thing that they can say about it. It's just like, it's an SCP thing, and that's cool. So yeah.
If you like SCP, if you like SCP and you like tabletop, you'll probably like it, whatever.
Yeah.
But one of the negative reviews was really, really funny to me. Because it talked about how the game was not the greatest, especially for like just playing a nice casual game. Like the balancing is apparently not that great. Which I will say balancing in a TTRPG is extremely hard to do.
Correct.
Which is why I technically don't do it for half of my VTM campaigns. Don't tell anyone I said this. This is off the record.
I mean,
cannot use this against me. But what I would do in most of my early like tabletop days, and still kind of do sometimes, is if I want to if I want to change up the pace and throw an encounter your way because I feel like you guys just aren't into whatever you're currently doing, I'll try to like figure it out, like what it is you guys want to be doing.
Make shit up.
And so, well, yeah, it's like, hey, I'm gonna throw like a random encounter your way that I just like, oh shit, you guys have been spotted by this roving band of assholes, and they want your money now, etc.
Yeah, I mean
then I will figure out how to go from there. But what I specifically do is I don't give them character sheets or health points. I make it up entirely.
I've done that.
Hey.
I've gone into fights and just been like, never came up with hit points and just let them take hits until I'm like, that feels about right, and just be like, or like
players are suffering a little bit. Hang on, let me just.
Yeah, like
this guy's down.
The fight's getting a little bit rough or slow. People aren't having as much fun. You start, moving along. If people are really into it, you give them another tension boost. It's like you just work it out.
Yep.
You just work it out. It's fine.
Yeah. So doing stuff like that, definitely helps a lot.
Writing a book, however, that doesn't work quite as well.
So, what I do for writing a book for it, if I want to write like an actual campaign with numbers and health bars and whatnot,
Excuse me.
is
No,
I will
I'm fighting
specifically
right now.
write out
Goodbye.
the plot and the journey, the main plot and journey. And I won't do enemy like numbers right away as a result. So like their health bars and their health bars and like
Can I harvest?
specifically what abilities they use might just be a little bit more,
Okay, so
I guess, thrown to the wind. And then what I'll do is once I like hit that sort of bump in the road, I will go through the normal encounter. I will then re-watch. I record all of my games as well. I should
well,
clarify.
I applaud you. I definitely can't be bothered to put that degree of effort.
I kind of have to record all of them because of like wanting to write and sell stuff. Like
Sure.
the last time
Well,
I
and
wrote,
all
like,
of mine
an
were in
actual
persons.
module.
So I'd have to
Yeah,
like set
like-
up legit recording equipment or whatever.
The last time I wrote like an actual module was for college. And so, like, in college, I just... Well, in college, too, like, we had an in-person one. And what I did was I just brought my laptop, brought a microphone that sat in the middle of the desk, and then recorded the entire audio.
I mean,
And that's it. Nothing
fair.
but the audio.
That will do it.
But then, yeah, what I would do is I would give myself notes throughout the thing, as well as, be able to like go back and reread it, and then I would just write into the module whatever it is the hell we did. So like if a band or like a roving band, I wanted to throw in the roving band, for example, I'd just be like, hey, side bit, or like side encounter is like this roving band of lunatics. And I would write it into its own section to where I will always give the advice in my modules and books of, hey, if you're starting to feel like the pacing is like a little off or wonky and you want to change a pace, check out these side encounters. Go look at this addendum real quick. See if there's anything in there that you think you could adapt to your situation and your players would enjoy. And then just throw it in.
Nice.
Watch what happens. And then for those addendums, I'll just do the thing where it's like if I need a enemy health number, and I like did the thing where I was winging it on the spot, I'll just track how much damage they actually took.
Yeah.
And then I'll either high or low ball it, where I'll be like,
They're full of ghosts.
where I'll be like, oh, that was maybe like 2 health of overkill, or that one was exactly on par. And I'll just write that for the enemies like health bars and stuff.
Yeah, that's
Because
fair. It was
it's not
always
so-
much easier for me, like, using D&D, just because I had a much better sense for what appropriate numbers were.
Yeah. VT, you're gonna love the way I do VTM.
I just
will
don't,
say.
like, I haven't played other games than D&D. It just never came up.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
I think it'll be cool to have SCP containment for each game. It'll mostly be sort of survival game as most of the IP, like or traditional RPG journey. It'll be a little bit of both. So I am not hiding the premise of what the actual like
Am I going
game
the right
campaign
way?
is. Also, hello Ariel.
I am.
Both Ariel and Abdul, by the way, be sure to use your daily. Don't forget to grab it. So premise is going to be roving band of idiots has to deal with people, like just average everyday people, while also finding a way to recontain SCPs that have escaped.
Really
oh,
should
hello,
read
you
some of
two.
the SCP stuff leading up to this. I have read very
Well, I
little.
can give you some good initial entries, considering they'll be like major parts of the game.
It's fair.
I do have 2 SCPs that I wrote in as class abilities. I'm thinking of, or 3, sorry, that I'm thinking of changing. But I'm like, multiple dimensions is always a thing. So it's not unfair to say that certain safe SCPs can have multiple, like, cases of existence within the one setting.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, like SCP-999, for example, is one of them, and I'm like, I don't want a player to lose their core ability if someone else captures SCP-999.
Yeah, I can see how that might turn into some weirdness.
What I'm thinking is, I do my own, like, house ruling of the ones that you guys have are specifically from somewhere else. Like, from a place that...
what immediately did jump to mind, which is probably out of the scope of what you're doing or whatever, but it would be kind of interesting to have almost a different, like, classless system where all of the abilities were tied to SCPs, like Pokemon style, where, like...
Technically, there is one.
But that would be fairly interesting way to do it, of like, oh yeah, you have this ability, but maybe you have to get rid of it because you have to, you know, capture it or turn it in or, you know, whatever, and various choices have to be made over time. I think that would be potentially interesting.
I definitely plan on letting people change core rules to be able to do stuff like that, and like even publish their own like version of the rulebook.
Yeah, that's the whole different beast to try to balance, especially.
Yeah, and so like if they want to publish their own version of the rulebook that does all this, I don't see why not. Not like I'm gonna care.
Scourge Stone. Ghost Crystal. Do I have more Scourge Stone? I don't.
But yeah, so it's the way I've put it, or the way the tagline so far, just in my head, has been a game of stealth, subterfuge, and complete gaslighting. Or complete gaslightery. Because VTM is a very political setting, which is why I used it. Oh, speaking of, yeah, that's the point I never got back to. The reviews for the other SCP tabletop. One of them was pointing out the different like balancing issues and whatnot, and then said, I'm gonna try my best to quote this like word for word from memory. A hack of VTM would probably be better for your players if you can string it together. To which I read that and I was just like, oh, you know what? You have reassured me that everything I'm doing is the exact right course of action.
You're not wrong.
Like, I was like, hey, I didn't know about doing this before. I wonder about doing this now. Also, I have noticed rift incursions absolutely do have a different timer for when you start up a server.
Damn. Oh yeah, rift incursions are coming up. Also, what of my gear is about to break. What's going on? Oh, my pendant. Oh god. Of course it would take Scourge Stones to repair. How very irritating.
900, 900,000. Yeah, I did make it all like yesterday, so... Alright, I'll head to a rift incursion and meet you up there. But yeah, so that just immediately made me like smile upon reading and be like, you know what, buddy?
You got it.
I gotcha. That's why I was extra concerned when I'm like, oh shit, what about VTM can't I use? So I am gonna have to like make sure I specifically change other words as well that I would rather just reword out of
like caution.
Yeah.
Understandable.
I am also like debating on going from a 5-level system to a 4-level system. Because VTM has it where a lot of your stuff has essentially points that you have to put into the thing. Different point. I love their XP system, which is the hardest part to get rid of. I'm still upset about it. I'm just gonna have to milestone it. VTM's XP system is once you get 1 XP per session, and whenever you finish a story, you get an extra point of XP as well.
I think that makes.
And then, depending on the thing you want, depends on how much XP it costs. So, like, a new ability of a completely different class costs whatever the level of that ability times 7 worth of XP. So, like, level 3 would be 21 XP.
Wow, that's quite a bit of XP.
Which sucks because I do really want to use that system, but if I can't, then I'm sure I can come up with something.
It's one of those oddities. It's like it's odd how you can sort of copyright like an experience system like that. I don't doubt that it likely is. It's just it's almost.
I'm wondering
odd
if you
to
can
me.
though, to be honest.
It's like it seems very straightforward, right? Of like, oh yeah, you get an XP every session, and when you complete a quest or whatever, it's like, okay.
You know what? That's given me an idea. It may take extra wording, but I think I do actually know how to word it in such a way where it's like a different system, quote unquote, but the same like principles. I'm wondering, instead of XP, if I should just track, we give the player, like, training manuals. And then just say a certain, like, training system to go through. Costs a certain amount of training manuals.
Fair.
And then specifically make it... This is the one that I really want to do. I want to specifically make it so that the player has to roleplay out their training at some point. Even if it's like, oh yeah, the group gets together and you do a training day. I think it should be written somewhere into the rules that your characters have to do like an actual training bit.
Training montage.
And then make it so like DM can just give you a bonus for, oh, you did a really good training bit.
That seems reasonable. I mean, it's kind of like D&D having introduced more and more like downtime activities.
Yeah, it's like I want to.
It's nice to have that stuff.
I want to make that downtime activity a part of the game.
Yeah, I feel like D&D 5th edition adding in downtime activities specifically was almost in response to 4th edition. Because it was like 4th edition was sort of all action. And it's almost like 5th edition was kind of... It's like an anime where they recognize there is some like character progression benefit to having filler episodes. And so it was like, okay, we can't completely remove those things. So it's like add them back in, give them a little bit of structure so that you can like do things. A little bit of gives more life to the characters, so it's not just like they live to fight. I mean, that's how you get murder hobos. It's like
which is to say too, like people can always remove that stuff too if they really want
you just don't use it. Glow's calling us nerds. Proudly. I'm a proud nerd.
Hello. Sorry, I'm healing up.
Yeah.
Why am I sitting at max if I'm not in combat? But yeah, so like I do think something like that could actually be kind of cool for a training system. Of like, give the players the core mechanic that no mechanic is ever technically mandatory with a tabletop system too, which is the nice thing.
Well.
So they could just then use it as like a pseudo VTM system of similar kind, where it's like, oh yeah, this costs that many training manuals, you just learned it. But then you give them something nice of like, I don't want them to always be doing something super high stakes. And the whole plot of SCP is you work for the SCP Foundation. Just what is your job changes. And so if I can take that and just make like, oh, it's training day, like an actual mechanic, I feel like that'd be kind of nice.
I agree.
Or even if like, it doesn't even have to be a specific like, oh, you need a session of this thing too. It could be as simple as like, yeah, we're bringing along this NPC. He's purely here to evaluate your standings.
Right.
And so you just have this like extra interaction with the DM of like, oh, yeah, I forgot this dude is tagged along with us.
Yeah, you have
He's
to
been quietly
like justify things you're doing and like
yeah, exactly.
just give a little bit of
Or like
life to the party.
it also like brings into play. There's a whole risk reward system right now with concealment of you. It's 30 dude, by the way.
It's what now?
The center dude.
Gotcha.
Just once you're healed. So like you have a concealment thing as well as different like using different abilities will change that concealment, because using SCP-999 in front of a group of people is going to look bad. Like there's no really explaining per se. As where using like the camera is fine because it's a camera. People are just gonna think it's a fucking magic trick.
Nope. Well, I live over here now.
Oh, you got me twice now, my guy.
I'd like to come back over there, but there's fire everywhere.
Yeah, he did that meteor strike thing twice. Back-to-back times, I was using my ability to like try to get a good number of hits in on him. Yeah, there's my down. I can just wait. He's almost dead.
Damn you, bat. Ow. I see you there. Jerk.
Thank you. But yeah, so doing like a training day, like a training NPC as like a core mechanic could be kind of funny. Because then it's like, yeah, you could just have to justify your use of like the SCP even in an enclosed setting where they could be like, you could have been much stealthier if you didn't use that thing.
Yeah, just docking you points for flagrant and unnecessary use of SCPs.
Yeah. What kind of weapon did you get from that?
I think it was a crossbow. It was a crossbow.
Nice.
It's like the same crossbow that I currently have.
I see. I'm gonna head to the one south of here then.
Well, it's slightly different. It has crit strike chance instead of movement speed, I guess. So it's essentially the same.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to the one south of us because we can definitely get to it. I thought you'd be interested, but Dracula from Castlevania is now. Yes, I know about the Dead by Daylight thing. I have been getting spammed with that.
Did you play Dead by Daylight at all?
I used to play.
Okay. It's one of those games that I never picked up.
Last time I played is actually pretty easy to note because it's when Pyramid Head came out.
Ah.
Because I was a big enough fan of Silent Hill to want to play Pyramid Head.
Sure. Yeah, it's one of those games that I kind of wish I enjoyed because I clearly a popular like streaming game, but I'm just like,
I don't do it.
I just don't care. I just like, it's not.
The game is good if you like it, but you would know if you like it. Is the best way to word it for old, long-term
I just wish I liked more streaming friendly games, honestly.
Well, hey, I'm gonna have a streaming friendly game for you real soon.
I just don't like all of the big hitters. Although I will say it's been surprised to see. So I have to like freaking chastise myself because I apparently botched my setup of the other 2 times I streamed Final Fantasy VIII, and had been using the wrong game category. And as soon as I fixed it when I was streaming last on Saturday, I got like 2+ new people that showed up and actually chatted. And I was like, man,
Nice.
really should have had the correct title on there. I think probably streaming the retro scene is beneficial.
Yes, because I did have this recently where this was another thing I was excited to talk about. So I had to we had to take a break because you made a new friend.
Yep.
And I thought I'm going to use this break to my absolute advantage because I know of a game that's short but really fun. And I wanted Snowy to play it for a long time, so I was like, I'm gonna go and buy her this game so we can play this on stream.
No.
And sure enough, we have since beaten it. We played A Hat in Time.
Oh, that's right. I did see you playing that.
And that actually got us. That got me a new constant viewer too. Ariel in chat who just left.
Is that another? Is that a popular game? I have A Hat in Time. I should play it.
You should play it on stream. I will say it is a cult following game.
All right, I'll put that in my list.
And it's not very long at all, actually. Like we beat it in I think 4, maybe 5 streams total, and we beat like the entire thing plus DLC.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to add that to my list.
Not only that, I've been going back and like looking at what it does take to 100% my file. Just because I was legitimately just curious to be like, how many like Rift tokens could I get if I was bored enough to do this sort of thing? And we beat it at like a total of like 89%.
Nice.
Yeah, so like it's not long, it's not very hard, but it has its challenges.
Ow.
It's one of those things where the game is very, very well done for a learning curve.
Oh, yeah?
So it'll absolutely teach you the mechanics you need to know before you actually know to use them.
There's something, like, really satisfying about coming across a game like that where you're like, you just feel it when it's, like, that smooth. You just know, and it's like, why can't...
It's one of those extra ones, too, where they definitely do the side bit of... They'll give you challenges that use those mechanics, but are, like, optional if you don't have that mechanic yet. So you'll do it, and then be like, oh, I did it, and then you'll learn a different mechanic and be like, oh my god, that would have made this thing so much easier, wait.
Yeah.
And then you'll, like, learn another one that you're like, oh, I didn't do this one yet, but I see that also uses the mechanic. Now that I know how to use this, let me go and do that.
Yep.
And so it teaches them, like, almost all of them to you relatively early on.
Okay.
As well as, like, makes the learning curve just... It's really smooth in that it gives you a thing, it gives you a challenge for the thing, and then it hides the masteries for the thing.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me open up my old notepad and get that added to my list. Games. Hat in Time. Done.
Yeah, Hat in Time, highly recommend. And Hat in Time co-op if you ever have a friend you want to play it with.
It is good.
You do have to have a DLC to do the online co-op.
Ah.
But even something like local co-op is possible, so you don't have to do it.
Right. Ow.
Yeah. So I got to play through that, and it was really fun. I was actually specifically playing it because of another game that's coming out relatively soon.
Mm-hmm.
That is, like, spiritual successor to the thing. Which is... I don't know if it's the same people or not. Some people say it is, some people say it isn't, and I just haven't actually done the research to know.
Right.
But spiritual successor is... it's called Billy Bust Up.
Billy Bust Up?
Yeah, and it's A Hat in Time, but as a musical.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
There's
And it's
another
like
like musical-based RPG that I came across recently that I think I have.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it, nor did I play it. I think it just
Oh,
stumbled
of course
into my library through like a humble bundle or something.
I don't know if you'll
But
have time to get me up.
I don't think I do.
Okay, well, I can always respawn because the teleport's right up top.
Well, I'm pretty close to just clearing these out.
Yeah, but when it's like directly north of you.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well. It's not like you lose anything. What did I get out of that? Tonfas. Bladed tonfas, which I guess are scythes, technically.
Damn. No pistol.
Nope. But anyway, what I was going to say about that is, like, I feel like musical games, not like, you know, music games or like rhythm games, but musicals as games is an underserved category.
You know what game definitely classified as a musical game, but because of when it came out, it got a lot of hate?
What's that?
Saints Row Gat Out of Hell.
Ha! Ah, Saints Row.
I went back and recently replayed the entire franchise.
Uh-huh.
Gat Out of Hell got more hate than it deserved.
Did it? Which is that?
That game
was that like
so
the
funny.
most recent one? When was that one?
No.
Because I know there was a recent one that didn't.
That was the reboot.
Okay.
Gat Out of Hell was it was after 4, and it was done as a like bundle thing where there was 2 games that came out after 4.
I feel like I think I played that
one of which was Gat Out of Hell, and one of which was another one. I can't remember the name of it though. But they were too short to be considered games, but they were priced lower. Which is why, like, people were upset that they just weren't full games.
Right.
Because it was during the era of everything's a DLC now.
Sure.
So I can, like, kind of understand why at the time it was bad. I say if you have the availability to play it, go replay Gat Out of Hell. It is one of the funniest things I've ever played.
I've always kind of been sad that Saints Row sort of, I guess, fell out of existence in some ways, because I appreciated like, you know, a GTA clone that was humorous, because I've honestly never been that big a fan of GTA, though I like a lot of sort of the fundamentals within GTA, but like I just don't care about their like overly edgy criminal shenanigan stories. It's just like I don't care. Like okay, it's fine, but like
That's why Saints Row 3 was like kind of the perfection of it.
Yeah, I think I spent most time on 3.
The absolute best way to showcase its downfall is actually something that's relatively fresh in people's minds too, which is that so Saints Row the Third was more of like a Lego DC movie. You're not there for the full plot, you're there for the dumb jokes.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
The cooler mechanics that they have along the way that are kind of like fundamentally tied to just being a good game. Specifically, Saints Row is what I classify as a liberation game.
What do you mean by that?
Games like Far Cry, Batman Arkham Knight, I would say. Games where your goal is to like take back the city, quote unquote.
Okay, sure.
Or like take back X area from a group. They are. I just refer to them all as liberation games because that's what the mechanic is. You're liberating.
Yeah,
different
that makes
areas.
sense.
It doesn't matter how you do it. Like Saints Row the Third made it nice in that you did it through like 4 different ways. Because there was doing the normal mission stuff would give you some, but then there was also doing these races would give you some, or doing these other mini games would give you some, or just buying this property would give you some. And so Saints Row was kind of nice about it in the way that it did that, which is why Saints Row the Third was definitely like the Lego DC of Saints Row games. It's goofy. It's like the perfect amount of goofy. You know what you're getting going into it. It has like it has at least the one surprising moment, but you're not going to be like heartbroken if you only picked it up and played for an hour. You're still just going to be like, yeah, it was a good game. It was what I expected out of a game.
Yeah.
Saints Row Gat Out of Hell is the Deadpool of Saints Row. I will say this now. I love Ryan Reynolds with all my heart. I hate new Deadpool.
Really?
I hate some of old Deadpool too, in fact.
I enjoyed the Deadpool movie. Thing is, I had no meaningful attachment to previous Deadpool. Like, I
didn't even have meaningful attachment to previous Deadpool. I just mean, like, I keep seeing clips from the game show up every now and then.
Oh, well, I don't know about the game. I didn't play the game, but I mean the movies.
Way through the game. Yeah.
I enjoyed the movies.
Movies were okay.
I think I only saw
enjoy
the
them that
first one,
much.
so I should say movie, but
I didn't enjoy them that much, mostly because of the fact that, in my opinion, Deadpool is it goes a little too hard into the self-referential meta jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, they can be funny. Yes, they work pretty well. But when every other line of a movie is like some meta humor, I feel like it killed it by the end. Like, you can only make someone laugh so much before they stop giving a shit about the joke.
What the heck? What happened here?
Oh, Banshees outside?
No, I went up here to try to get some of the goop.
Right. That's why we went to the thing, because I gotta turn the Stygian shards into greater Stygian shards, because we want to save up for that one ability.
But I got up here, and there's like a camp, I think, of what should have been merchants, and I think they'd all been eaten by wolves.
Whoops. Where?
So I just looted their shit, and then off I go.
Oh, where are you? Oh, there you are. Alright, what was the ability we were going to use? The cooldown one. We need 1,000 greater Stygian shards. Oh boy.
It's a lot.
Well, I will let you farm on progress while I can then farm on that stuff, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to get goop so that I can get us more pristine leathers, so that I can make us the new backpacks.
It's like it ends up being a producer's diary or a docu-series or a stand-up comedy show instead of entertaining superhero movie in its own, right? Yes, exactly. There is so many jokes you can do and pull off about being the meta humor joke before it's just lost all meaning in the joke. Like, again, you can only make someone laugh so much before they stop laughing at the joke. And I think Deadpool leaned a little too hard into that one, at least with 2. And
see,
like,
and I didn't see
1.
2, which honestly I feel like that's almost like signing up for trouble of like having more beyond the first, just because like it works in 1 because it's fresh. Like,
yeah, I haven't seen the newest, like Deadpool and Wolverine.
I feel like the inclusion of Wolverine can probably help tremendously in that space.
I think it can, when a lot of the jokes were about Wolverine in the first one. So it's like bringing the punchline to life now,
Yeah.
which I think like giving the punchline a mind of its own. Yeah, that's probably gonna be kind of funny for
a movie.
some good humor. Yeah,
Like for
So,
a
like,
movie, that's like perfect.
I don't even know if it'll be good for like an entire movie because I have been seeing spoiler clips. Well, not even like I say spoiler clips. It's like parts of the movie that are just things that you wouldn't expect to hear someone say, and so you're like, oh, cool, that's in the movie. Now I know that. The main one being they do a bit. I don't know how long the bit is. I don't know if it's like a major part of the movie or anything. So if you don't want spoilers, avert your ears. But they do the multiverse humor a little dry, in my opinion. Because they do the thing where they get a bunch of multiversal Deadpools together at one point.
Oh, of course they do.
Yeah, it's like I should have seen this coming, but I hate that this came. If that makes sense, like one of those things where you tell someone not to do something, or like you feel like someone should know better than to do something, and they still just do it. You're like,
just still do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just like, man, this could you didn't have to play into the joke though.
Yeah,
You
then
could've just
I feel like
not.
that's one of those things that it's like almost requirement with the MCU, and I think that's to its detriment because
It's
overall the MCU is kind of overliving its like value.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, it's time to move on, guys.
the big one that I can say is that so me and Snowy recently watched I'm a bigger fan of DC than I am MCU, and it's because DC has a really good secret trump card.
In what?
The way they write stories in general. I think for DC, maybe not live action, but the ones that I'm about to reference are animated anyway, so mute point. But DC just kind of has better pacing, better voice acting, or better acting, I guess I should say, because animation fits the voice acting really well, and
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
that already helps a ton.
I would have said historically, like, thinking back to a lot of the animated series I watched when I was younger, I would have probably put preference to DC.
Yeah.
But I think I like a lot of the characters from Marvel better, but, like,
I
I'm
don't
just tired
because
of the MCU entirely.
I ruined it for myself by looking at the MCU's villains on a college thesis.
Ah.
Or not thesis, sorry, but like college.
Just like a paper
I guess it was
project.
technically a thesis. It was a paper. It was a paper about something, and the thesis was on MCU characters. Specifically, I don't know how to break this to you, but you're gonna hate that I pointed out. Everything that's not a major MCU villain, like not a multi-arc villain, is just a carbon copy of the hero.
Ooh, big chest.
Like, you have a movie that has a hero and a villain, and that villain is only supposed to be there for that movie, then that villain is just the hero, but evil. And it's fucking stupid.
I've certainly never paid enough attention.
Well,
That's a big part of, like, probably why those movies most of the time are fine for me, because they're just, like, they're very fast food movies to me. I do not put any thought into,
yeah,
like, what is happening with those, because I just don't care enough.
to me, it's the thought of, like, I feel like a good movie is capable of being both.
It should be, but, like, I never treat them with any degree of, like,
Seriousness.
seriousness. Like,
Yeah, it's like every villain, man. Every single villain. Ultron, Ultron just Tony Stark's power armor, but sentient and evil.
I mean, there's literally an evil Iron Man in one of them that I saw.
The very first dude is just, I'm a scientist like Tony, but I want to sell weapons. That's it. That's all he is.
I will assert
The only hero that this does not work for, and this is why they are the best hero in all of MCU, is Spider-Man.
I was gonna say, I think Spider-Man probably has gotten away with it.
Spider-Man has almost no villains that just copy him until now, and I'm actually kind of upset because of that. Because now it's just... yeah, it's Spider-Man, but from another universe and evil.
Well, and interestingly, I feel like
That being
it's
said,
kind of funny because I feel like maybe they almost accidentally accomplished that, because in a lot of ways Spider-Man is at least originally so like quippy, like he's kind of the funny hero, and you can't have the funny villain, like
yeah,
that doesn't really work.
The thing that actually made it work best, in my opinion, for Spider-Man was the inclusion of it not being one person as a conflict. So when I say that, I mean, like, spoilers for Across the Spider-Verse, in case you haven't.
I think I saw it.
Don't want to hear it. This is for all of chat as well.
Sure. I'm just trying to mostly think, I think I saw that one.
It's the one where he goes back to the multiverse.
Yeah, I have seen that one.
Okay. So the thing that they do extra well in that case, then, is it's not just Miguel that's the villain, per se. It's all of the Spider-Verse is in its own entity a villain to Miles.
Yeah.
Like, his trust is betrayed by the people he thought were his friends because he was introduced to this multiverse.
Yeah, it's like the
he wasn't welcome.
Establishment. It's like the villain is the status quo almost.
Yeah, exactly. The villain is the secret club that he didn't get invited to. But he found out his friends were, and so he's upset. Which is doing really well in its own right because of that. And because of the fact that they didn't just, oh yeah, it's just Miguel O'Hara. Plus, they added the extra additional bit of, like, because it's clearly a 3-part movie now. They do the nice overarching bit of he has two people to deal with. So it's almost certainly going to be a 4-part movie because he has not just Miguel to deal with, but he has Spot to deal with as well. And so, because of that, Spider-Man is probably the only thing to do right what the MCU keeps failing to do, but DC always succeeds at every fucking time. It's almost perfect. And that's the multiverse in general.
I just find the multiverse to be a little bit tired anyway. I know it's like a whole...
That is what I love about DC. So, the reason that they're so good at it is because, A, they almost never bring it up.
Yeah, because it's like a necessity for, like, comic books because of the way comic books are made.
Here is what DC did right once, and that they keep doing right again and again, and it's why they can actually recycle a lot of their content so much. But DC introduced the idea of a multiverse by doing the crossover comics. I cannot attest that they were the first ever to do it, but from what I recall, they were. Either way, they were the first to take it and do something kind of significant with it, which is that the way their formula works is they have a multiverse that almost never interacts with each other. Maybe on occasion, they'll throw something small together and be like, oh, these two heroes are teaming up, but they know they're from a different dimension. Like, they are actively from these two separate worlds. They will go back to their two separate worlds. They were only meant to interact like this because they wanted some sort of good multiverse story. Case in point, like, Justice League and Two Worlds usually is the big one to introduce. Or Crisis on Two Earths, I think, is the newer namings. But they're usually the ones that, like, introduce the multiverse of DCU at the moment. The, like, here is all the heroes that we gathered from these, like, couple of different universes. They're gonna go and fight this one evil universe. Just to get you used to that idea and, like, show you how these comics will be connected in future ways. And so they almost never interact until they make it big. Like, they may have the one small one, but mostly they're side, self-contained adventures all the way up until they do something relatively big. And that's when they interact with other worlds. Then DC took it a step further because they were the first ones to have this problem of they had too many different artists, like, writing and making DC books.
Here,
and they
I got
just
this for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, does this have silver carrying capacity? It does. Okay, good.
It's even greater than before. Also
Yes,
increased harvest yield.
Ooh, fancy.
Indeed.
I am going to put jewels in here until the jewel storage fills up once more, and then we can go through and erase what we don't want. But yeah, so they were the first to, like, officially recognize, hey, we have a problem. We have too many writers. And this is actually causing this issue because no one knows what's, like, who is tied with who and who to follow for what. Like, it just becomes confusing, as a multiverse does when you interact with it too much.
Yep.
So what they did was they got a team together and they wrote possibly the greatest multiverse story to ever come out of, like, any superhero media ever. More famously known as the Crisis on Infinite Earths. This storyline always goes the exact same way, but it's because it's important that it goes the way it does. Which is a character called the Monitor is always watching. He is the superhero embodiment of DC. As like a bystander sort of thing. So his job is to monitor the universe. For whatever reason, part of the Monitor's existence also ensures this thing called the Anti-Monitor's existence. And the Anti-Monitor's existence is to sit back and wait,
God damn it.
growing in strength and power, until eventually it just wants nothing but a single universe. It has different motives and motivations each time they go through the story.
Oh, Lord.
But it, for whatever reason, this Anti-Monitor wants a single existence. And so their solution to the multiverse problem was to introduce this character and story arc that then made it so that at the very end, they killed off a bunch of heroes famously because they were just like, oh, we don't want to bring them back right now. We want them to, like, take their time out of the zeitgeist, come back when they're ready.
Shelve them for a little while.
Well, not shelve them, technically.
Very
Because they would
functionally.
still...
Send them to the
Yeah,
side.
like... Well, they would bring back, like, superheroes like Superman every single time right away.
Obviously.
Superhero Batman, like, they get their introductions right away, but, like, Supergirl, for example, might not exist now for a while. And the reason is, at the very end of Crisis on Infinite Earths, no matter what they do, and it might be for different reasons still, but at the end of Crisis on Infinite Earths, there is only ever one Earth. But it is worded as a conglomerate Earth, like a Earth where everyone from the everyone from the DCU will now exist together. And that was their solution the first time this happened, to be like, hey, we have too many different like multiverses. How do we fix this and make it so that people know what to read? And someone in that writer's room just had the genius idea of, what if we just destroy the multiverse and then said everything is connected at all times? And it, goddamn, did it work. I have the actual like physical comic book still
Oh yeah.
in my room.
How long is that series? Out of curiosity, like how many comics does it cover?
So let me get the actual books and I can tell you exactly how
My
many.
veins, I rejoice.
Because reading comic books is something I never really did. I always read just novels.
I read them because my favorite superhero growing up was always Flash. And getting to Crisis on Infinite Earths was always a nice thing. So there's Pokemon.
I don't know how to get into the mine.
That's technically book 3.
I'm being bogarted from silver.
Okay, there we go. So, the actual comic book that I have is one book long. It's almost novel size in length. So
It's a chonkster.
it is a chunk. It's actually smaller than the Flash books that I have, though, which are a major series. So, let me see if this tells me how many different books.
Like original chapters.
Yeah.
Get juked.
I think it's. Is it only the one?
Trying to
No,
find a
well,
back way
no,
into
like-
the silver mine.
I can
Oh.
I can figure this out with a
I
quick
found
Google
it.
search. I don't have to actually look at my thing.
I'm in.
How many chapters?
I don't know how I'm gonna get out, but I'm in.
It is 12 issues long, so 12 chapters total. Which 12 chapters doesn't seem like very long for a thing. I'm trying to find the final
Yeah.
page so I can give you a rough estimate of pages. The epilogue's on page 364.
It's a pretty good number.
It's a pretty good number.
Sort of translating that into. Oh shit. Oh, that doesn't count. Oh, my life is
Well,
hard.
if I do this right, we can actually calculate roughly how long it is. So we do 364 divided by 12 chapters would be about 30 pages per
That's
chapter.
pretty long.
It is
Translating
pretty
it to manga pages in my head, because like that's what I'm more familiar
yes.
with reading. So I'm like, how many chapters of a manga would that be?
long. Probably
It's
a good
like-
arc of like One Piece.
It'd be like 17 or 18 manga chapters, I think. And that's pretty good.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, so that was their introductory comic to fix the multiverse problem. And it is what they continue to do to this day, where they will like they'll do their soft reboots of like usually what happens is they have to bring on different animators every time for like the actual like animated movies they have.
Oh, wait, are you just gonna ignore me? Yes.
Was this actually
Okay.
hang on, was this the first time it was animated? Let me find out.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this whole silver situation. Like, turns out that the bag does not work on ore.
Oh no.
I think maybe I'm gonna have to look into alchemy on silver resistance. It does not take very much ore to start
Okay.
suddenly draining my health, like, real bad. Holy crap.
So, the Crisis on Infinite Earths
Blood
has only ever happened 3 times, technically.
I don't know how to get out of here now. Shoot. I've made a mess.
Yeah, I
don't know
see
how
that.
to
I'm trying to
solve
figure
my
out
problems. Alright, well, now I'm gonna see if I can find a way out of the mine.
I don't even see you on my map is the problem, so I can't really come and help. Oh, there
Yeah.
you are.
I found a lot of... Oh my god, it's so much damage.
Oh, so directly south, by the way, is your exit.
Oh, it's so much... Well, the problem is that from the outside, directly south, I couldn't actually enter. I had to enter a sideway that jumped down a cliff. I don't know if I can open the gate.
from my veins.
I mean, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, I don't actually know either.
I have to...
I can look into that
Oh.
silver resistance potion for you while I'm here.
Oh, that might help. Oh, it's so
Alright.
much damage. You have no idea.
Oh, I know. I've held silver. 23 plague briars and an empty glass bottle. Gotcha. Well, we have some plague briar. But yeah, so the actual like
These guys.
Crisis on Infinite Earths thing,
Ouch.
as far as I know, has only ever been done 3 times. Once was in a game. Once was in the comics,
Wait, were you? Clowns.
aka the first.
Nope.
And once was the animated movies just had their Crisis on Infinite Earths that went through and reset all of the animated movies, essentially. I'm talking like, you know those old like 1990s and 2000s era Justice League movies? Oh, best way to put it, Adam West Batman was in it.
Oh, shit.
Like, Adam West himself came and voiced Batman for this thing.
That's kind of amazing, actually.
It was great.
Blood sustains me.
And yeah, so they essentially did their reboot on the animated series, and if anyone here hasn't seen it yet,
Oh, I found the next boss is here in front of me, by the way.
oh nice. Gotta make some glass bottles for you. If anyone hasn't seen it yet, go watch it. You don't even need to consider the fact that we went through the plot on this. The movie is so well animated. There are some movies you may want to watch beforehand, but there's only like there's only 2 or 3 important ones I can think of. That actually like really matter to the game, or to the movie, sorry. Which Crisis on 2 Earths is one that you should always watch beforehand, if it exists.
Got an empty glass bottle. How convenient.
Oh, well, I'm about to take glass and make a bunch of them for your silver medicine.
Yeah, I
just
hope
gotta
that's very effective. Ooh, a
I just
chest.
gotta find their glass.
Should be in the materials box.
Yep.
Oh, a baneful rock. Do you use corrupted skull? Ooh, a Maleficer scholar
I
gloves at the.
Do actually use Corrupted Skull.
I've got a jewel tier 3 for that. Oh, hitting an ally skeleton causes it to explode, dealing 69% damage and inflicting condemn on nearby enemies.
Yes, that's the rock that I have, but better. Does it have a bottom one below it?
Yeah, it's got 3 things on it, actually.
Ooh, that's even better.
Yeah, it's pretty fancy.
Alright, so I need quartz, gotcha.
Hold to open the gate. Please don't teleport me outside. Please don't teleport me outside. Thank God. Alright,
yeah,
we're in business.
If people ever want good animated series to go through, I'm sure I can probably find the time to write it like in my Discord somewhere of the order of which you should watch them. But if you want like a good like movie marathon night thing, Justice League is absolutely the way to go. Their movies have been into the Spider-Verse level quality since they've been coming out. They just keep getting overshadowed because a lot of the plot lines have kind of been under the been there, done that impression. Which, it's a shame, but it's fair.
Okay.
Bend to my will. Return to me, my steed.
Alright, I'm coming back with some silver. It's just really, really slow. 'Cause I have to stop constantly.
Well, I'm gonna make some resistance potions and then bring them over.
Oh no, I've been knocked off my horse. God damn you, I hate it.
Oh, I see. I don't have to put them in. I just have to... Oh, hey, I can make a glass bottle at the alchemy table. That's cool.
I have to stop every, like, 300 feet to throw the silver on the floor and heal myself.
Whoops. Again, I will be there with your resistance potions soon.
It'll be much easier once I get out of the territory where they have guns to shoot my ass.
Yeah. Yeah, just Justice League / all of DC just is 100% better at the multiverse stuff than Marvel is. I'm sorry, Marvel, your multiverse is just not the greatest. Hell, even DC with their latest one. I won't say more beyond what I'm about to say to not like spoil the movie just in case.
Ow.
But they not only managed to pull off a multiverse, they managed to pull off a multiverse and time travel at the same time and make it an interesting new story. Which...
Welcome back, Priestess.
Massive props to DC for doing a multiverse and time travel at the same time and still just being like... Yeah, it's good.
Oh no, Simon Belmont. Not right now. I need you to leave me alone.
What a person to run into in all this.
Are you ending up in any interesting classes, Priestess? Priestess is apparently finalizing their class registration for the semester. I'm running out of blood now.
I rejuvenate.
Really
Common Poe.
tremendously inconvenient.
It increases your silver resistance rating by 50 for 60 minutes.
My blood reserves
Oh,
run
damn.
low.
It's a long ass
So,
time.
no. Hey, can you head to that way gate that's like a little bit to the right of you?
Yes. I can.
Awesome, I can meet you over there then for the silver resistance. And if you can't hold all of it, I can also just take some of it off your hands too, so we can...
I think that should be enough. I think I'm probably at... I guess I don't know how it... Ow, ow, ow. Hold on. On the floor, I'm dying. I'll die.
My blood, restore my body.
This does not hurt me.
Alright, cool. Yeah, it must be based on the silver sickness debuff, because I think I was at 19 with all of it carried.
Oh,
I'm out of
see.
freaking blood. Shoot.
I'm at 15 right now.
Bend to my will. Ethereal
Boring stuff. German folk tales. That ought to be interesting.
Nice.
That's a very specific sort of class to need to take.
Probably for some sort of English thing.
Yeah, I'm sure it's one of those, whatever multiculturalism sorts of tag-alongs, humanities that has to be done, and so on.
I'm excited to push you through some pure SCP bullshit.
Yeah, my college experience ended up super wonky because I had transferred. I had been doing schooling for business administration, and then I changed schools to go for engineering. But like because it was such a marked change, I essentially had to start from the ground up at that point for all of the engineering stuff.
Can I jump that?
What's that?
Oh, you can almost jump up like to the second balcony.
Oh.
Worse.
So I had already had like all of my humanities completed, like all of the various weird general education stuff was done, but then I had to do all of my engineering stuff, which turned into a huge mess because of the way so many things are reliant on previous coursework in engineering. So like I had the situation where it was like I was just like scrambling to fit classes in once I started doing engineering, because it's like first semester I needed to do calculus 1 obviously, and it was like, okay, but now like 90% of the classes rely on calculus 1, so I was like, okay, what doesn't need calculus? It's like trying to fit whatever I could. Just barely staying full-time actually at the time. It's quite the mess. And the second semester was like, okay, what are all of the things that only needed calculus 1, and then go from there. Wasn't until like maybe
you know
well, yeah, probably third semester, because I actually over that first summer I ended up taking calculus 3, which was a terrible summer course. I hated like that was the worst summer ever.
Because Poe has the jewels.
Multiple hours of calculus 3 every day, and it's just like I'm going insane. I hate it here.
So, speaking of going insane, there's another bit of news. This one Priestess at least knows about that you don't yet. I'm just also looking for that new jewel.
I did just toss it into the thing.
So I can put that on my spell book. Alright, what does this thing do real quick? So, conjures a bone spirit circles around the target, dealing 14% damage and inflicting indemn to any enemy hit. Hitting an ally skeleton causes it to explode for 69. Launch 2 spiraling projectiles instead of 1, each dealing 40% of the original damage. Nice! Alright, so I got the piece de resistance to a ongoing problem, Poe.
What's that?
I'm gonna hold a read-along stream. That there is a chance that I would invite you, because I have not decided who is going to this thing yet, but it needs to be more than just me and one other person. I'm thinking another, like a 5-person get-together for this thing.
What do you mean by a read-along?
So, I want to read all of the art commission spam BM things that I've gotten.
Oh, right.
Out loud on a stream. I'm not willing to put the names. I'm not willing to hide the names anymore. Someone made me snap.
And you're gonna read them out in the like.
We're gonna read them out with each person like being a different like interaction.
Well, that should be funny.
One of those, like, have you ever seen the videos where someone will read just like a Reddit thread?
No,
Like a
but what I
Tumblr
have
thread?
seen are like celebrities read their mean tweets or whatever. So I'm kind of envisioning something like that.
Kind of, yeah. It's if you've ever seen like someone read out a Tumblr thread, it's like that, but with multiple people, is what I'm thinking. This
Yeah.
happened because I finally got a person who was bold enough to send a death threat to me.
Wild.
I wish I was joking.
Truly wild.
I showed Priestess the screenshots and everything too. Like, this person sent out an actual death threat in my DMs because I told them to fuck off. And then they had the absolute balls too to be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I've just been having a bad day.
Oh yeah, I bet
Please
you
don't
have.
let this reflect
Right. This
the
is something we
possibility
need.
of us working together."
Oh, it has, my dude. It has.
Oh, I was
I assure you.
so mad. I
Like
was
honestly,
so
like
mad.
here, if you want to be like, you just gotta chalk that one up and be like, I'm sorry, a shitty day, but you know, bye. Like don't
Oh no,
just give it up, man.
No, I'm on the other problem of a personal issue where I'm just like, I'm gonna keep milking this.
I mean that's fair, but like
How
from
long
someone
is this
else's
gonna-
perspective, if you
Oh, yeah.
do
Oh yeah,
something
get
horrible,
someone like
just back out, man. Just be like, you know what? Really sorry. I'm just gonna go. Have a good day. I'm
sending a death threat
you
to
know,
an undead pirate that logically bankrupts your fella.
simply moving on with my life. Never go for the I hope that this isn't going to stop us from working. It's like, yeah, okay, it did.
The fact that you said that alone is gonna stop us from working.
It's like, oh, it's done, my dude. Don't worry about that. It's done. There's plenty
But
of
yeah, I want to
supplies
do a
there,
read
so
along stream of it now that I can then turn into a better video.
that should be pretty amazing.
Should be great. I'm also
Well-
open to, like, if other people join too, open to taking in like screenshots that they have of similar people.
Oh, yeah, I
Because-
miraculously have none.
Oh yeah, no, I don't expect people to have them off of the bat. I am saying that if people have not closed the DM and they want to like quickly grab a screenshot for this thing, go for it. In fact, here's the list of stuff that I would want to see to get people like just to get people like interacting with this thing and even sending their own stuff if they really wanted to. All you need are the screenshots of the thing, and then if you can, screenshot or get a link to their portfolio. Because their art is going on blast, so that we know who is, so that we know who's who in the future. And if you just don't know how to tell, best #1 sign is how many watermarks are on their image. Is it more than 5? If so, they're not a great artist. That's what I've learned.
There we go.
You should not need to over watermark a good piece of art.
Well,
Because it just
to be
ruins
fair,
that
with
piece of
AI
art.
training anymore, although
No, there's programs for
watermarks
that.
are not a
No,
successful defense.
yeah, shove it through the AI thing real quick too before you upload it anywhere.
The glazing and the other one. I don't remember the other name.
Yeah, you know what I mean though.
Yeah.
I believe they also work in tandem with each other too, where you can actually just
Freaking
double
copper.
do it.
Nightshade.
Just in case.
That's the other one. Yeah, you glaze and
Nightshade.
nightshade.
Yeah. Do it to both. Don't be afraid to.
Yeah. Both is best. Oh, no. Copper stone bricks. Not these at all.
But yeah, this person had the audacity to send me a death threat, and it's still, that conversation is still going.
That's pretty freaking wild. I'm expanding the forge, by the way.
Yep. I'm just out gathering Stygian shards. Doing so because we need them if we're gonna get that thing anytime soon. Yeah, I know you want the stream, Priestess.
There we go.
You'll get it. If
walls.
if I know it's at a good time, I will invite Poe.
Walls.
Oh, they didn't leave it at that, Abdul. They apologized and still want me to commission them.
This will not work.
Rock my
They
armor
also-
storage.
I have in my possession to a screenshot with them that is probably the funniest thing ever, because after I sent it, I sent them something like, I'm gonna put this on blast, like that I wanted their portfolio to put them on blast. They didn't know what it meant, so they deleted their portfolio from the thing. And I managed to get them to send it again. But when they sent it again, it's completely different photos. None of the photos are the same.
Of course.
So I'm just like, this person is just... It's wild. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm convinced that bots are, like, better than I thought at this shit now or something, because...
I mean, that is
like,
entirely a possibility.
I'm just like, why else does your portfolio have such a different set of photos from it? And the problem is that they're all, like... They're all just bad enough to be AI generated. What I don't understand is how the AI is good enough to know to delete messages.
Perfect. Well, I think
Because it did. It
mainly, I
deleted-
believe what it likely is that it's not the bot that would delete the messages, because all of the bots are generally going to be supervised by someone in order to, like, well, take the money, but also, like, possibly clinch the sale or whatever, quote unquote sale.
I would think that too, except for the fact that then the sale parts of these come into question of, like, how does that person then see this stuff and think it's a good idea to continue?
I'm sure they get some kind of, like, feed of responses, because, like, honestly,
I know,
almost
but
any response gives them an indication of, like, at least they need to glance at it. They can immediately see if it's just an F off, and then just, like, whatever.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, so, okay. I sent them the, like, F off, and they responded. Because they responded with the death threat and the N-word, I should say, by the way. That's going straight up in there. They're not a hard
Well,
R,
the
but
problem
still the
is that,
N-word.
like, there are also simply people who have very bot-like behavior, but are actual just people who don't know what the hell they're doing. Because, I mean, that's what the bots are trained after. Like, that's why bots are the way they are, because there is a sufficient number of yahoos who actually try that. Like,
Yeah, it's just not knowing, like, which this one... They insulted you and through slurs they did. And then they still are asking me to commission them.
it's so bonkers.
But the thing that, like, I was saying that I'm referring to, like, this person in particular not being a bot is that they do this stuff, like, they do the slurs and death threats, and then they apologize for it, send their portfolio. I say, I'm gonna put the portfolio on blast as, like, as a joking way to be like, yeah, no, buddy, you're fucked. They then delete all the photos from the portfolio. Not even the messages after, just the photos of the portfolio. Like, just those messages. And then I asked them why they did it, and they referred to that message of, I'm going to put you on blast. I managed to then convince them to, like, resend me their portfolio, which made me, once again, think bot behavior, but the portfolio is completely different. But I'm like, if a person is sitting there monitoring this, like, no matter what, it doesn't make sense, because if a person is sitting there monitoring this, there's no way the person wouldn't have just backed out at this point.
You would think. Oh, Priestess, you were asked to rate a portfolio, like in good faith, like they were not. Were they being, you know, I don't know, scammy, or was it somebody who was actually trying to get rating and it was just really, really bad?
Yeah, those are the people that I won't put on blast, because, you know, they're trying.
They're trying, but like...
Oh, I also found a quote-unquote cause. I wouldn't say full cause, but definitely a cause of people thinking that DMs in Discord is a good idea. Which is, I went looking through being like, hey, I am an artist. I wish to get commissions from people. Internet, how do I do this? And a big, like, the first two major results...
Damn, that takes a long time.
...are on the website you would expect to be, and they are Reddit.
Uh-huh.
And then if you scroll down, like, a bunch, but not enough that you're over-scrolling, like, you'll know the feeling of, like, how you've scrolled far enough. You will see people being like, oh, I get mine by going into Discord DMs and asking, like, people I find with nice pictures if I can do a rendition of their picture for them for a price. And
Bizarre.
I'm just like, I hate that you said this on Reddit, because it like, I swear to God, I wish I was a moderator.
Be so like, don't do this. People hate you.
I would ban the person from the Reddit just for saying that shit at this point.
You're using pistols, right? They're not your ideal pistols, but they are still pistols?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to make you some dark silver pistols then.
Ooh, that is what it takes to upgrade my pistols.
Exactly. I'm working on my crossbow, and I've got your pistols queued up. I came back with enough silver through my troubles to make our weapons.
We didn't... I'll wait the 26 minutes to try to upgrade, like, before I upgrade them.
Okay, I mean, you can just hold on to the dark silver pistols. Or even just use the dark silver pistols. They're level 23. They don't have the nifty traits on them, but they are just pretty good.
I mean, I don't really need a reason to infuse chill, so... At that point, it probably is actually just better.
Alright, so how do I actually upgrade this?
You put it into the Ancient Forge again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am that upset now that I'm just like, it's going to be a stream at this point.
Upgrade. Upgrade.
I'm going to make a video beforehand.
Upgrade.
Calling out the behavior, and then telling people, hey, if you've seen this behavior...
Oh, well, I guess I'll try.
My DMs remain open for a reason. I'm going to put specifically in the video, hey, if you have screenshots of people who do this to you, DM me. Like, immediately, with the screenshots of this proof.
Neat.
Don't... If you really, really want to blur out something of theirs, that's your prerogative. I recommend you don't, at this point.
Gold ingots.
We're at
Hey, there's the power core. Voltatia the Power Master. Level 77.
Yeah. Where are these pistols?
Should be in the anvil over here. It might not be done just yet. They just got done.
Nice, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so now let's...
Yeah, you can blur them out if you wish. I highly recommend you don't. Don't do it. Put the person on blast.
Toss.
You
know, actually... Hold up. Do I still need those? Is that what goes into it? No, it's reinforced planks. Take back.
I don't have snacks today.
No snackies.
No, it hurts. I can feel it. I might want to go and grab a snack real quick.
Sure.
You know what? I also really need to use the washroom, so I'm going to do it.
Sure.
Quick
You know,
BRB break.
Otherwise, on the subject of insanity, though, actually, excellent segue. I recorded for the story time tomorrow, since I've been doing the Edgar Allan Poe's midweek. I recorded the Telltale Heart, which is probably the story reading that up to now I am most proud of, because that story's pretty wild. I mentioned it Saturday when I was talking to Kappa, but like the difference between the way Poe writes versus the way Lovecraft writes is so like significant. It's so different the way they end up writing and the stories they end up telling. And I think there's a lot more sort of fun to be had in Poe's writing, specifically in the way the delivery can be done. It is far less a relaxing read. It is not nearly as good as like going to sleep listening because it gets pretty heated, especially the Telltale Heart. But I was particularly pleased, one, because it was really fun to actually read, and it was pretty wild in the results. But two, because I realized I needed to start finding some alternative sort of like ambient music, because all of the stuff that I have for the Lovecraft readings are a lot of like nature ambience, because Lovecraft does a lot of storytelling about the surroundings and what's going on, much less so just like a more sort of straightforward retelling of someone's story like Poe does, of which the Telltale Heart is a very specific, excellent example. And so none of the like, oh, the rain sounds or whatever works for that. It worked for the Raven because, you know, he's describing being in like the lounge or the study. So it's like crackling fireplace. He mentions the bird coming in from the window, so a little bit of wind from the window. Like all of that works. But outside of that, those noises aren't necessarily fitting. And so I had to go find some alternative for ambient sound. And I kind of stumble across a resolution that worked shockingly well, in my opinion. So YouTube has like YouTube audio library where you can get music to add to videos, and there are a couple ways. Some of them just have a free license of just like, yeah, you just use this on YouTube, and others have a Creative Commons license where you have to attribute. I didn't go with any of the Creative Commons licenses because I didn't want to have to remember which ones need attribution, because that's just a pain in my ass. But I found several that are just like, welcome back. Several.
The attribution as I add them to the video.
What's that?
If I ever add music to something, I copy and paste the attribution as I go.
Yeah, it's like it's not a huge thing. I just didn't want to have to worry about like mostly keeping track. I mean, I guess just a separate folder for like, hey, these need attribution, but then like having to go fish up the attribution every time I like edit it into a video. I just didn't want to have to like run the risk of stumbling across the wrong audio file, and then, you know, I just making my life easy. So I found several of those that only sort of fit, but then I lucked out, I guess. I don't know why I thought to look for it, but I did, and it worked great. A perfect way to make it fit the theming better, which is in my video editing software, Vegas Pro. There's a really, really easy way to shift the length of it to like, so you slow the music down, and you can tie the pitch shift So I found that like if something's a little bit too upbeat, all you have to do is just stretch it by like 20% and then let the pitch shift take it down. It's like, oh, suddenly it's a nice like anxiety-inducing or creepy styled sort of ambience that's like perfect for reading the sort of Poe works or even Lovecraft. I was like, damn, this is great. Like I'm so glad I just stumbled across this. It's so good. But why I am particularly proud of the Telltale Heart is I actually came across a song for that ambience that I slowed down a little bit, and it worked out. Like I cut a section out of it because like there's a perfect portion that it doesn't really mimic, but it can play like surrogate for a heartbeat really well. And for anybody familiar with the Telltale Heart knows that like an audible heartbeat plays a significant role to the story. So it's like I managed to do a much better job of sort of weaving the ambient audio into the actual storytelling better with this one. So I'm like, if there is any of my story times that can actually like take off, like this is the one that I want people to notice. Like this is it. This is the one that I want people to listen to. Like the other ones I think are fine. I think they're good readings, but they're relatively like plain, or the stories aren't as exciting, and like I think they're nice like sleep aid style audiobook readings where like they're pretty relaxing. Like, but this one I think is like straight up good. And I'm like, this is the one that I hope can get recognition. But it also is just exciting to me because it makes me really excited to keep reading Edgar Allan Poe's works. Because like I really have been enjoying reading those because there's so much more like personality put into the actual voice of like the speaker. Whereas Lovecraft's are all very sort of like low-key, sort of slow tension building potentially, but like Poe's is just like, no, there's a speaker with emotions like straight up that you can like voice, and it's very interesting. I like his stuff quite a bit now. What was that?
Sounds like you're having fun with it.
I am. I really have been enjoying those.
That's honestly the key to almost anything successful, is that you enjoy it.
I know. I agree.
The ultimate advice that can never be given to anyone who wants to do any type of content creation, no matter what kind, like games, movies, streams, books, comics, etc. Any type of content creation. There is one rule that will always apply, and it was best worded as "find the one who laughs." The phrase being,
well, shoot.
The phrase being from a way that some older content creators described how they did what they did so well, which was, we didn't really want to do the whole like scripted thing because it was too much work. So we just figured if it made us laugh, it'll make someone else laugh. And the only hard part was finding the one who laughs.
It's true.
And so that is forever my advice. Just find the one who laughs. That's all you actually have to do in content creation, like in any content creation whatsoever.
It is unfortunate because it does sound easy, but it is a challenge with the current tool set to track down the ones that will fit your style, though. Very annoying, YouTube. But no, I do agree with that. It's really important to be doing things that you enjoy.
It may not be easy, but it's the key to long-term success.
Well, it is. It not only is it the key to long-term success, but it's also the only thing that will like keep you from burning out, because like that's such a common thing if you're on Twitter, like following VTubers or anything. This constant barrage of people who are like, oh, I gotta take an extended break, I freaking burn out, or blah. It's like you're working too hard. Like you are doing something that is working you too hard. I know it takes work to do the things, but like you have got to be working at a sustainable pace. But also, I mean, take vacations. Everybody should take vacations, but burnout is bad, and it should be avoided by just taking it a little easier, working sustainably, and also just doing things you enjoy instead of forcing yourself to do things that you don't like but will likely be successful.
Yeah, I more so use it as my like advice to get into content creation from the get-go too. It's like, don't think that to get into content creation you have to go and like follow whatever trend is happening or whatnot. You just have to find the one who laughs.
It can be very helpful to sort of overcome that initial sort of like decision paralysis if somebody like can't muster up like getting into it because of fear or uncertainty. It's just like, just do something you enjoy and like worry about trying to find somebody after. Like find the, as you say, find the one who laughs after you've like dabbled and started. Like just go for it. Just do something you like.
Don't worry about what it is you're making. Just make what you want, and then find the one who laughs. Find the person who wants that content. They exist.
You'll be so much happier for it.
Oh yeah.
It's how you also build a community of people that you like and are, you know, like the right kind of people to sort of maintain an enjoyable atmosphere, because putting up a front or doing things you don't like just because it's successful will lead to the people enjoying that not necessarily meshing with you very well, because like, well, they're there for things that you don't like but you do anyway. And for live streaming, where like the community is key, you do not want to fill your chat with people who you don't even like. Like,
I mean, for anything, the community is key, because it's
that's
like that's who is engaging with your content, no matter what you do.
Yes, but from a very like moment to moment satisfaction standpoint, if you are like burdened by your own chat in stream, like you are making a recipe for just absolute disaster.
That's fair.
Oh, you know what?
But yeah, there's your major piece of advice for the day.
There you go.
Don't worry about what anyone else is doing. Just do what you want to do. Find the one who laughs.
And it gets more nuanced, obviously, but
well, yeah,
as a way to get started, that's solid advice. I have to mention that it gets more nuanced because I'm like shell-shocked by people on Twitter who hear that and they're like, well, what about this? I was like, bro, that was a single piece of advice. You need to relax. Like,
listen, doing anything different or new or exciting or challenging or anything, there is always a wall to climb.
What the heck is that? Is that carriage?
Oh, you haven't seen the Roman carriages yet?
I think I had. This one shocked me because it was, I don't know, it was actually at a level that I could see its level. It wasn't like a skull or anything. It was just like, oh, level 78 carriage. I also saw it in a weird angle, just like trundling by, and I was like, what the heck? Oh, it's a carriage.
But yeah, like, it's making anything is a wall to climb. Find the one who laughs is simply a footstool for it.
Yep. Ooh, that was close. I'm off to gather some more silver, by the way, while I still have my resistance buff.
I am returning from this, and then more rifts will probably be up. So I'll probably go and do those right after.
Sure.
I have written the major plot, by the way, to the SCP game now.
Hey, nice.
All major plot points have been set out. I think my next step was maps to work on, because I like to do maps before I do encounters. Mostly because it's mostly just because I really like level design. And then it's also because, man, when you're doing level design, you can always just throw people in afterwards.
It's true. I often don't even design encounters. I get some roughly broad strokes, I guess. I'm too shell-shocked by having planned campaigns too hard, and then, like, things going off the rails, and then being like, I've rebounded to the, I don't plan much of anything anymore. I just make shit up.
I kind of embrace it, but kind of don't at the same time. So what I'll do is I'll have a fully laid out, like, plan. Like here's point A, here is point B, here is reason for a character to go from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Because...
Put that stuff together.
Yeah, like, you kind of need that as well if you're gonna do that sort of thing. But what I then do is I will put, like... I'll do my best to put point A and B in the way of something else. Or, like, some part of point A and B in the way to something else. So that what you do is... My first question as a DM is I give my speech. Like, I give my intro speech. And after I give my intro speech, my intros, you will always know when they're done. Because I will always finish with the phrase, "Where would you like to go?" And beyond that, I have no rules for you apart from the rules of the game. I'm not gonna say you can't try to go there.
Ouch. Ouch.
I'm not gonna say, like, I'm not gonna try to say you can't go there. I'm not gonna try to say you can't do that. Right off the bat, I am going to say, hey, what would you like to do? Where would you like to go? And then slowly, it gets the ball rolling because I get players talking amongst themselves where they're like, ooh, hang on, wait, where do we want to go? Or like, hey, what should our course of action be? Who should we go to first? What should we investigate? And so
I haven't
because
been
of them
able
gets
to
you
get
talking.
a D&D campaign to run like that in a while, just because, like, the last group that I was playing just did not... I mean, we talked about the type of campaign they wanted, so, like, it wasn't some kind of a shenanigan mismatch. Like, you know, communicate. But, like, they're just like, nah, we'd rather just kind of be railroaded to where we need to go. It's like, okay, that's fine. Like, we can do that more. It's like, I always try to, like, build in enough freedom there where people can just, like, do whatever they want. But they're just, like... A big part of it is because it was for some, just, like, a little bit more of a social engagement. So there'd be more, like, drinking and hanging out and chatting and stuff. And so they're just like, we don't have the wherewithal to put together, like, deep, complicated where we plan to go and what we, like... They can't pick up a lot of clues. They need to, like...
Oh.
It's like, that's fine. We'll do it that way. I don't begrudge them. It's just something that I haven't been able to sit people down and be like, here's a world map, have fun, for a long time.
Crap, did I give you more than one potion, by the way?
I don't think so. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Wow, I have exceeded my limit, even with the potion now.
Well, that's a sign to return home.
Sure is.
I can meet you at that... Like, I can try to meet you on the way down.
It should be okay. The damage is draining much, much slower this way.
Okay.
I'm only taking 6 damage instead of 35.
Oof.
I also have a shit ton of silver.
When it comes to, like, the groups who do want to be railroaded, I even have systems for that in place because I like backup plans. And my backup plan for that is always a thing that is that I just refer to as my signature NPC. They're one that you will not meet unless it's like VTM and they have to meet in person or whatever. But the players will always have some tie-in to this person and some way of communicating to this person. So if they really want to, they just ask the NPC for help.
Yeah,
Ask the NPC where to go.
I just make it way more obvious. Like, when they get to the place, I don't make them, like, potentially fight for something. It's just like, what I mean by that is, like, I don't let them miss the letter that they were supposed to find. Like, they just find the letter. And it's not giving them some convoluted what's next. It's like, you know, sorry, your princess is in another castle, and that castle is located here. Like, you know, it's just, it gets them where they're going.
I just kind of like the idea of, like, giving the players an open world to explore via tabletop sim still.
I mean, hey, as I said, that's the sort of thing that I always try to set up for them, but never really pans out because I end up with a party that's like, where are we going? like, okay.
So, the really fun ones that I like to do are my VTM campaigns where I have one major map. And what I'll do for this map is I will just download the Google Maps set for a certain radius, for a certain, like square footage or whatnot, like just a certain amount of
cool.
space off of Google Maps.
A benefit of a modern setting, a setting in cities and stuff where you can just like actually have like real world environment.
I like doing it that way because then players can also be like, "Oh, hey, I've been to here before. I wonder. I'm gonna go here." And like, I've had a person be like, "Hey, is that sandwich shop that's like on this street still open?" And I just gotta wing it. I just gotta be like, either they're still open, go for it, go have a sandwich. And then they learn that, like, oh, their favorite sandwich shop has been passed down from one family to a completely different one after some, like, turf war that they can now go deal with as, like, a side quest.
Well, and that's actually, like, there's a pretty neat game that's in early access, open beta sort of thing right now. Cool in concept. I've seen some... like, it's kind of like mixed reviews right now, but hopefully they can work out. Called Infection Free Zone, which looks pretty neat because it's like a zombie apocalypse survival and stuff, but it's based on Google World data. So, like, you can do a, post-apocalypse zombie survival in your neighborhood, and it, like, maps all the buildings as, like, hey, these are buildings you can explore, and, like, I don't know how much... like memory it has towards like what those buildings actually were, so I don't know if you can I think you can, I think Google knows it's like, well, that's a pharmacy, so if you go to the pharmacy, like, you might get some pharmacy stuff to help. I'm not sure, but like, it's a cool premise. Like, it's cool to be able to play a game and be like, oh, I want to do this like in my area. It's by the same people who did like the 911 operator games, which are the same way, where you can pick a city maybe you've been to, maybe you live in, and just, like, play in that area, which is pretty cool. I think that's a really neat concept.
It looks like there is, like, a couple different types of building on this thing. I'm looking at it now.
The infection-free zone.
Yeah, and so what it looks like is that for something like a hospital or a pharmacy, it just has that, like, generic overall tag to it. And then most of the other buildings are just marked as, like, apartment complexes.
Uh-huh.
From what I'm seeing in the screenshots, that could just be the area they're in.
Yeah.
Hey, now I head north to the Rift.
I have acquired significant silver.
Woo. Well, feel free to join me once you're, once you put it all away.
We have 1,600 silver.
Yeah.
So So I think we'll be good on the silver front for a while.
Yeah, probably. I have noticed these rift incursions actually getting easier.
We've been getting those levels. Well, quote unquote levels.
Well, yeah, gear levels. Rather.
Gear levels. It's, you know, I mean, it's the same.
But yeah, I like giving my players that like open concept of like, you're just in a city. Here's Google Maps, so you don't always like. I don't want people to get lost, obviously, and be like, how do we get to like X place again? And so I'll just put the Google Maps thing on, and then I'll like modify parts of its image if I need to be like, oh, yeah, this street has like a major event going on. Like, oh, there's a rock concert over here, or this entire road is decommissioned because there's a pothole in this one, so you gotta go around and shit. Just spruce it up with little things like that to give it a little bit of life.
My amulet's about to break. Really need a new one.
The big challenge is actually going to be here in SCP. Because I kind of want to do more than one city. But I'm thinking I have cities that are tied to an airport in some major way. So, like...
So you just take a flight?
Yeah, like Toronto, Canada, or... Well, even if it's like a private airstrip, that works. Because you work for the Foundation, there's no way you don't have private jets.
So you don't have to deal with, like, all of the intervening space or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, son. That was the worst that it could have been.
No, thank you, General Elena. I don't want that.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die here.
I'm coming. I see you. Stupid charm.
Yep, charm killed me.
Yeah, I was trying.
Oh, it's okay. I was doomed from the moment I realized I was dying because I've been distracted with food.
Hey, get out of here. You know, it is a little bit annoying that they have done the crossbow animation backwards, I just realized. So it takes me freaking forever to shoot the damn crossbow because I load it before I shoot every time instead of, I don't know, reloading it at literally any other time. That's the whole point of a crossbow, my dudes.
But yeah, I'm thinking of having like a few different cities from like major countries. Specifically because I think it would also be really entertaining to actually use language as a main mechanic for once. Because I almost never do.
Oh, so like, you know, struggling with the fact that you may not be able to speak the language.
You know, you might have to like go to Portugal to capture like
so you gotta...
SCP-173 and then just no one on the team speaks Portuguese and you have to like get a translator NPC or something like that.
Yeah, find somebody who does, try, you know, seek somebody out. That opens up the like option of meaningful interactions between, I don't know, if there's like a, you know, a polyglot SCP or something, you know, like some form of, I mean, in D&D it'd be like a magical item or something that would allow you to solve some problem or whatever, jump through some hoops to get like a language speaking potion or something to make your life eat, you know, it's just...
Yeah, I just haven't played around with language much in games because I feel like beforehand it was a little too much of a barrier to deal with.
Well, and I feel like a big part is like it's in competition with a lot of other sort of challenge points to deal with, and like in that case it kind of becomes the one that's like could be least interesting to deal with when your alternatives are like, oh, here's this cool fight or something to, and dealing with a language feels like not the most engaging. But if like it can be engaging if it's like emphasized, if it's given space to breathe, like, you know, there's
like the SCP that you have to catch too might not even be something that's hard to catch. Like it could just be the camera.
Yeah, it's just like you really just need to find it, but like
but no one speaks Spanish, so
yeah,
oh my God,
I
I'm
agree.
making the
Like,
Duolingo bird in SCP.
well, it's the same as like if you're playing D&D or anything, and like survival mechanics of like, oh, do you really want to track exactly how much food and water you have? And like a lot of times that's just an annoyance, but given the right space to work, it can be a really engaging, interesting part of an adventure. Like, well, you're in a desert and now it really, really matters, as opposed to like, well, we're really just trying to fight our way into this dungeon and now suddenly I have to do this paperwork about how many sandwiches I brought. Like, it's all about the context is really what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Oh, what just happened there?
I don't know. You seem to have been disconnecting a little, because you definitely did not do damage the first time you shot that guy.
I switched to like a different feed for some reason. I don't know why or what feed I just switched to, but I saw that you and I were the only things that showed up, and then there was no game feed or like proper audio stuff.
Well, bizarre.
Oh my God. Doing actual damage now.
Yeah. Speaking of like weird aspects of games that I've not explored much, I always wanted to get the opportunity to run a Black Sun campaign, and I never did. And
Someone asked me why I didn't do Black Sun. Oh, I got a crossbow, by the way.
What about
here you go, Poe.
Oh,
heading north for the next one.
Okie doke.
Someone asked me not too long ago why I didn't use Black Sun for SCP. Was that you?
It was not me. I don't know necessarily why that would be a direct translation from Black Sun to...
I don't know, someone just asked me, like, about the other things to use, like, actually using D&D or using, like, some of the older White Wolf systems, other things like that, and why VTM specifically, and I think ultimately it mostly came down to the fact that VTM has the perfect modern setting mechanics.
Yeah, like, I don't know, that makes a lot of sense to me. Black Sun seems like an odd choice to me just because, like, that's still just D&D, it just has a different campaign setting.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't think necessarily that, I mean, that's just like a D20 system, and I don't know if it's like a standard D&D D20 system is the right choice for, like, the SCP.
Well, I think they more so were referring to, like, that sort of thing in terms of, like, how to do a campaign, too, and not just a rulebook.
Fair, yes. Like, writing a campaign setting book is somewhat different than a rulebook directly, but... Yeah, but I had a really good idea for a Black Sun campaign, and I'm kind of bummed that I never got to play it, because I really like the Black Sun campaign setting, because one, it does give you an opportunity to sort of emphasize survival aspects, which can be a lot of fun, but also, I really like the way that it takes standard D&D knowledge and sort of turns it on its head a little bit. It's like, it's got all the same races and cultures and stuff, but like, they are very different from what you expect out of D&D. And I always thought that since I had a group that was like relatively familiar to quite familiar with D&D in general, but I knew none of them had ever played Black Sun, which I hadn't either. I had just read some of the book. I really wanted to get the opportunity to put them through Black Sun, specifically in, essentially for the easy term, like an isekai fashion, because I was going to do like first session adventure is them essentially like getting themselves like frozen in a cryogenic thing because of necessity or like a magic stasis or whatever, so that they would be playing normal D&D characters that found themselves in Black Sun. Because under those circumstances, player knowledge and character knowledge are identical. So they could use any kind of like player knowledge they have of D&D if they want. The problem is it's all going to be shitty because like they're not in that setting.
Yeah.
And I thought that would have been like so much fun to have people just making assumptions. They're like, oh, hey, look. Like I tell them there's a group of wood elves coming down the road. They like make some real shitty assumptions and, you know, suddenly find themselves encountering something they were wholly unprepared for.
I think the other big reason I went with SCP, or for VTM for SCP, is because of the learning curve. So, D&D is great. People can play it. You can even get into that as your first tabletop if you really want. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to say no, whatever. I think VTM is 100% easier to learn than D&D.
Yeah, well, it's from my understanding, as I haven't played it, it's almost like a little bit more of a lighter on the rules, more focus on the story sort of.
Yes, it's a storytelling system, not a game system.
So like that's easier to navigate, to be sure.
Yeah. The rules are also like then made even easier by like the way they roll things is really nice. 'Cause, like, oh, you have a dice pool. You have
Hold on, I gotta ban a dumbass out of my chat. Look, I could talk about that Wii U lad, but you have successfully failed to read the room.
Oh no.
So you gotta go.
We can get into whatever that was about after. Because I won't be able to see that right away.
That's fine. Off you go.
But yeah, it's like, even the dice system is a little bit easier to navigate, because it's just like, oh, you have your skills. You have all your stuff. They make up a dice pool. You roll the dice pool, you find out... you find out what like happened with your success, whether or not you succeeded. You move on,
right?
And it's rinse repeat from there, which means as long as you have a good storyteller, your gameplay can be as like nice and customized as you want. You can make sure that you need to eat, that you need to sleep, that you need to drink, etc., etc. You can remove that necessity, and it's just like, doing so is just as easy as like, what dice do I roll for this?
Yeah. Well, and that's always kind of been one of those things that has been a little bit interesting to me, especially in D&D 4th edition, because it was sort of an interesting environment to find out, like, I'm trying to think of how I want to describe it. How, like, the importance of how rules are presented, not just, like, what they are. Because, like, what you're describing is something that is essentially, like, system agnostic, right? Like, you can customize any system, you can, you know, like, do all of that stuff in anything, all things considered. However, it was something that came up strongly in 4th edition that people were, like, really complaining about how, like, oh, you took out all of the role-playing stuff out of the rule books and, like, blah, 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 and this and that. When it's like, what are you talking about? Like, it's D&D. You just, like, change the rules if you need to or whatever. And so, like, that was, you know, obviously my view from having come from 3.5 and, like, having more experience with the game already. But it was, like, it was interesting to see how when they had so explicitly and significantly explored the rules of how you deal with combat, suddenly people like lost the ability to sort of explore the idea of the things that they didn't talk about as much in the rules. They're like, oh, well, it must not exist. Whereas with more rules light systems, there's some sort of like that presentation lends people more to that degree of creativity and like recognizing the fact that yes, it's assumed that you are exploring all of these spaces. I don't know if that makes sense. It's just a
No, it does. Do you think we have enough time to do a third, by the way, with the actual like time save we're doing on just being higher level?
Maybe
Better. You can head north and give it a shot.
Yeah, we can take a stab at it. But anyway,
on the no, I get exactly what you mean.
Yeah, on the other subject of random Yahoo in my chat that I just removed.
I read the chat.
Yeah, rolled through on your side.
It's on my ledger, yeah.
Freaking A, man.
This is why I also specifically don't delete messages from the ledger, because I'm like, if I really need to block something, YouTube should auto block it, I'm pretty sure.
Well, really, it's just if I ban, it takes them out of my chat, so it's like off it goes. I don't really do it intentionally.
Yeah. No, I more so mean that like, oh my god, I got like half my health just from the start of this fight.
Oh, that. I don't know why it amuses me so much, but Mola's in my chat asking if you mentioned the apparently weirdo potentially from last week. I'm sure that chat would come your way in a moment, but I read it, so I'm just gonna read it.
No, I see it. I can't read it out fully, but my god, I just got stun locked to all of that. I'm gonna not wait on this one because it's right up top.
Oh, you charming bastard. I realized how funny that statement is.
So, if I had to guess, the one that Snowy is talking about is someone that I actually haven't banned still, but is mostly just because at this point, they're like a harmless funny, like they're a harmless annoying.
Uh-huh.
They have come into my chat a bunch and just keep asking, can I be mod?
Yeah, I mean, that's relatively harmless.
I'm like, they acknowledge that it's like not gonna happen, and they don't push it when I say no, which is the other big one. They're not trying to like sway me into some form. They're just like, oh, okay, said no, try again tomorrow. So I'm like, at this point, the joke has a bit, and I'm okay with it. Snowy thinks it's weird. Which, from a doing a perspective, yeah, I don't understand why people do it. But yeah, I did read what that weirdo said in chat, and it gave me flashbacks to the other night.
Oh, the one from just now.
Yeah, because specifically gave me flashbacks to the other night because I rewatched the Purge franchise.
Ah.
And the third movie, or the final movie, The Forever Purge, is all about, like, immigration and border.
Ah, yeah. See, what? It's almost annoying to me, simply because there are circumstances where that's a conversation I would potentially be open to engaging with, but, like, that in particular is such an enormous pile of red flags as, like,
I'm like,
appears in chat, says nothing except that, which, like, also is already implying opinions that I'm like, I'm gonna freaking have to fight. And also, yeah. I'm actively, like, in a collaboration with somebody else that, like, is not at all the time to, like, do this. It's like, bro.
I'm like, if I was, like, actually American, I could maybe see it being, like, a open collaboration to talking about it.
Well, it's just it's making
it's like, I'm also
so
from
many
a
assumptions.
Yeah, I'm from a completely different country. It's
Like like they have no knowledge if this is a stream that even is open to that. We're playing V Rising right now. Like I'm not a politics streamer. I will talk about
V-Rising,
political stuff because
talking about Vampire the Masquerade and other tabletop games.
yeah,
At the time
like
of the message, like
yeah, it's because I mean honestly more so than exactly the content of the message. The sin is an outright failure to be able to read the room, and I'm like, if you are that stupid, you're not welcome here. Like, you don't get to hang out and be completely incapable of functioning in a friendly environment in that capacity. Like, you just gotta go.
Let me stay, by the way, because I see that there's another message.
So he said DM's one apparently, which was that the
Oh,
death
yes,
threat, bro.
Yep, that was death threat.
Gotcha. So yes, it has come up.
We talked about death threat already. That was I hope I can find a good time to schedule it where you'd be able to join for that stream.
Possibly.
There's a lot of open questions about that stream, is why I'm not saying anything on it.
Sure.
Don't know when it is, don't know how long it's planned to be, like...
Bro is... Wait, is he spinning on his head? No.
I think it was.
I couldn't tell. He's like, he's Beyblading. Like, go crazy. I've mentioned it before, but I am amazed that, like, Beyblade is just, like, appeared back on, like, my Twitter timeline. Like, I was never into Beyblades, but, like, I just see it come up, and I'm like, wow, this is still a thing. Neat.
So, I like to do the thing of, I will put out, like, a call to a company for... Also, man, we managed to do 3 of them.
Sure did. I did get a pistols, but it's blood infused.
You know, I would still prefer to take a blood infused over what I have now, because at least blood it should inflict leech, which means I get healed for the kills.
Which is pretty helpful.
Yeah, so I'd take heals for kills instead of I summon another dude. Especially when I'm now starting to summon more and more of them.
Merp.
But yeah, so every so often I put out like a funny call to company sort of thing of like, don't expect this to happen, but hey, company, if you ever want this to happen, here's the greatest idea you could do. Like, my biggest go-to for that joke is, hey, Lego company, hey, Disney, you two, together, where's the Meet the Robinsons game?
Meet the Robinsons. I don't think I've seen that.
It's the perfect Lego game.
Which is give me a rundown of Meet the Robinsons. I know I've heard the name, but I don't think I watched it.
Meet the Robinsons, young kid named Wilbur is an orphan, fucks up at a science fair, to which a kid from the future claiming to know him comes back in time, brings him to the future to fix a time machine. All while a bowler hat dude has stolen another time machine.
Bowler hat dude.
In the name of Petty his name for the first half of the movie, if not longer, I kid you not, is legitimately Bowler Hat Guy. That's all they call him. It's just Bowler Hat Guy.
Bowler Hat Guy.
Yeah, he's like Wilbur the dude from the future comes to me and he's like, have you seen a man in a bowler hat? And just will not stop on this bowler hat dude to the point where he's just like, no, because Bowler Hat Guy took the other, like, he just doesn't know the dude's name whatsoever, refuses to, like, learn it or ask him anything. This villain just came and stole a time machine, and his name is just Bowler Hat Guy.
And that's pretty funny.
It's great. And I will always say, Lego, Disney, you guys have worked together. Make it fucking happen. This is like the greatest Lego video game you guys could ever make. Is a Lego Meet the Robinsons. It would be perfect. It's a nice, self-contained adventure. the like all the like map design and stuff is like can be taken straight from the movie because they're just genuinely well laid out with how they do things. Like Meet the Robinsons is the perfection of movie to game adaptation.
Interesting.
Possibility. Should say possibility. It had a game adaptation. It was okay.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it was okay. It was from that time where, like, movies would just hire a random company and be like, "Hey, make us a game."
Yeah, they were all just cranking out games.
Yep.
I'm glad they kind of stopped doing that.
Hey, make us a platformer. You know.
Yeah. Fully unrelated in any capacity to the movie. They just needed a game with the name.
Yep. Hey, you know, it worked out okay in one circumstance.
I mean, they're not
But-
all total stinkers, but a lot of them are.
The one that I will always refer to for the absolute best video game adaptation, even though it has nothing to do with the movie, is Pirates of the Caribbean by Bethesda.
Ah,
It's just Morrowind, but you also have ship combat mechanics. So what Morrowind should have been.
then there's the era where they were just like making banger video games out of movies in the freaking SNES era, like Aladdin
Yep.
and
Well, yeah, no, this was from that era. It was from
The
like,
Lion
2000s. The Meet the Robinsons one was from like the 2000s, somewhere around there.
I still think Aladdin as a game was one of the funniest ones, just
Oh yeah,
for like a game based on a movie, because one, it's a good game, but more importantly, the bizarro circumstance is that there are two games, because the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo game are different games. like,
yep.
like what happened here? Like, what?
They just hired different companies.
Like,
for
it's
each of the
so
ports.
weird.
Yep.
Good times, good times.
Are your Stygian shards upstairs? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, I just kind of toss them into the boxes all automatically. They should be in the
Awesome.
alchemy box.
Oh, just curious because I gotta go
Yeah.
and turn those into big ones. That's the whole point of the trip. Yeah, I want to Lego Meet the Robinsons really badly. That's my like. If I ever were to get hired by a game company, the only game company I will ever let take me for game design is the whatever company is like in charge of doing Lego Disney adaptations.
Ah,
Give that movie a comeback. Don't remake it yet, because I'm worried that you're gonna fuck it up.
we need to go fight the Baron de Bouchon the Sommelier. He's got the next tier of amulet.
All right, I want to turn these pistols into the better ones real quick.
Also, we should go kill Sir Magnus the Overseer, just because he's next
on the
up.
list.
And he does give us an assortment of wide storage shelves, so I do like storage.
I just want to quickly fix up this pistol.
I like how it's like large material storage, large gem storage, large herb storage,
Pistol,
blah, 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 blah,
radium,
coin storage,
computer.
and fish storage. Like, very specifically, fish storage.
You don't want a storage for your fish?
I mean, I do. I just think it's funny that it's just called fish storage.
I do think this game is actually holding up really well in a really weird niche problem that most games have, which is the translation from server to co-op.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's holding up a lot better than other ones.
Yes, it is a viable game to be played with two people. Because like that's something that I always ran into with Ark, because I would like
Yeah.
to play more of Ark, because like Hololive just went through a whole story arc of Ark just recently. 'Cause they were doing specifically like servers that were only open for like a few hours each day to get like everybody focused at one time doing stuff. It was really cool. But like, oh, it's so much fun to see them all go like freaking all of the process that they have to go through and get to like fight titans and capture. But you know, it's like a 6-person task. It's like, it's just not gonna be the same with like 2 people. Like, it's not like, yeah, you might be able to fiddle with the values of like taming speed and health and all of that to make it work, but it's like,
It's just not gonna be the same though.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not the same. And I was like, I would like to play that, but like,
I want to do something similar with like a longer running actual like open server. Get like a solid. This is gonna sound outrageous, but this is just dream potential speaking. Get like a solid 50 different streamers.
that's
Get
a lot.
a always running server and play the game Atlas because it's gotten better.
Atlas. I don't think I'm familiar with that game.
It is Ark, but for pirates,
Ah, Pirate Arc.
and it would be a great like just adventure to go through of like these 50 different people and how they like. In my head, all I can picture is that if this were to go down, it would be like the reality TV of pirate stuff, which would be really funny to me.
Fair.
As a person who likes the stupidity of reality TV, like I know it's staged and whatnot most of the time,
Sure.
but even the stage shit, like it's just a good comedy show then. As long as they make you laugh well enough to it,
Yeah.
or like it's just a good drama once, like as
I mean,
long
it's
as
like-
you don't care that it's real.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, wrestling, really. It's like, as long as
Yeah.
you, like, when you're in on the joke, it's fine. I think some of the problems come up with, specifically with, like, reality TV, in that, like, there are at least some subset of people who are not in on the joke, and they're being made stupider for it. Like, that's really the problem. It's like, you should be aware that that's not real.
Oh, it only takes a pistol to upgrade.
Yep.
Oh,
'Cause the-
then my
the
pistols are 23.
The stats of the new one are essentially exactly the same as attack on those dark iron. It just adds all of the like magic properties to it. So it's like it's kind of a side grade more than a direct upgrade.
All right, I gotta go put these Digium shards in to become greater ones, and then would be good to go.
We'll go over to. Do you want to hit up the Sacred Silver Mine first, just to kill that? That'll be the level 66 guy. Mostly just because I know where he is, and I keep passing him coming out of the silver mine.
I don't mind whichever we go to first.
That's the Sir Magnus the Overseer, and then we can do Baron de Bichon the Sommelier.
I'm down to fight literally anyone because I just follow you for the most part.
Okie doke.
Oh, what am I carrying? Oh, hide.
Hide!
But yeah, the reason I say like upwards of 50 people too is Atlas specifically has like a whole built-in economy system that like players can hire an NPC to like run a shop for them or to like do certain jobs on the boat for them.
Well, and I assume being about pirates, that one would probably be best served with actual factions in competition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas like
It's like
I like
even-
Ark. I like Ark because they did do enough to have like meaningful co-op objectives with a larger group. So that you don't
that's-
necessarily need to be in conflict with other players, but like you still need more people than just 2. But anyway, I can imagine Atlas with 50 people of actually being in conflict would be pretty exciting.
It'd be a pretty funny reality TV, and like to that point too, I'd probably want to do something similar of like, oh, PvP is disabled until we do this like one like big stream event.
Well, and honestly,
It's like we get the streamers and you're like, hey, you gotta pretend like you just woke up.
well, and
and,
honestly
like,
for
tell me
me,
more.
like I don't necessarily love doing the conflict stuff, but like I would actually think it'd be kind of fun if it would be possible to like in from your perspective of like the reality TV, it'd be kind of cool to have somebody who, if you could give them like god powers, like mod powers, to just like be able to fly amongst anybody, not get harassed, and just like be like, hey guys, what's going on? Like, what are you guys doing over here? Like, what's the plans? And then just like sort of like be the observer to go and do like reaction, quote unquote, reaction content. Like that could be fun.
What you do is you don't you specifically go out of your way to not tell or to have the person have like a particular rule. This rule is they can start a conversation, they cannot continue it. So that you can have something like, oh, they go up to someone, they ask them like, hey, what's been going on in your faction? But to the audience, you just leave it muted. Because then you just get like these people that then have those what you do to me? Why make me
I don't know.
Stop making me drunk. But you have those like moments on reality TV where they have to go to that room and then give like a little solo interview. Yeah, so you keep the cameraman muted, but you let him ask the questions to like the general people.
Okay, that would be pretty funny.
So then they have those like legitimately those little like interview room moments where it's like, oh yeah, how's the war faring on your parts? Or like, oh, I heard the economy's pretty rough like around here. How has this been affecting you and your group? And then because the audience can't hear that, they then just get the interview side of things of a person. Oh, carrying silver.
Yeah.
I may need help. If it were, there's people behind me, but I need to get the potion out.
I mean, you can also just toss down the silver. We don't really need it.
Yeah, because I don't have.
All right, there's Sir Magnus. But yeah, if it ever comes to fruition, I would be interested in being that guy, because that would be funny to me.
Just the cameraman.
Yeah, like go around the faction, see what's going on, try to be there for like big action moments, like try to fly overhead or whatever. If I could get, if there's like a flight power for mods or whatever.
I'll look into the logistics of this for like. I would look into the logistics of this for maybe like. Well after SCP, so
sure.
Maybe my 500 sub special will be the start of the series.
Okay, cool. I just
use like the overly cliche name of just like call it like Atlas New Dawn. Or, I notoriously love to set my pirate stuff in a specific year. I could just name it 1712 as the actual series name. Oh,
suddenly
that's gonna kill me.
Far more injured than I was before.
Yep.
I can't get around the damn ice.
I'm dead.
God damn it.
Are you capable of killing him without me?
I don't know.
You look like you're okay? Oh, but you are in pain, so maybe not. I'm gonna wait until you go down, specifically, I think.
Trying to move! Got it!
You got him. I'm behind the ice.
Hold on.
Oh, I see them. Yep.
No, it's fine. I think they're just fleeing. I see over there.
Yeah, I don't know that it would, indeed be a full 50 people, too, but I'd be, at least, 5 groups
Yeah, if you just get
of
some
some number.
because
It's
I do think it would
10 or something like that. If I want to do the full 50.
Yeah, and if you don't have as many, it might be worth considering like the Hololive style, right? Where it's like for maybe like after the prep stages, it's like here's the time everybody's planning to be on, right? To keep action happening.
Well, I would want to do something like that for like. So, hi guys.
Oh, Amulet of the Unyielding Charger. I got a fancy book.
My blood restore
Cool.
my
You're
body.
cooked.
So
track
I would
flow.
want to do a like pseudo scripted event style system.
Yeah.
I feel like where it's like a GM has XYZ events planned for like a month worth of streams or something. And then in between those, I want to leave the server running specifically because of how Atlas's mechanics work of you can go on and like just do the actual farming stuff because that game takes a lot of farming.
Exactly. I was like, you want to have opportunity for like the prep and whatnot, but then like for those big ticket items, you want to make sure that that's like happening on stream. Well, and you know, given the thing is that it might be a really good reason to have somebody who's acting as like the interviewer go-between, because you can pull, you know, information out of that to be like, oh, this implies maybe we want to sort of, you know, this kind of a event coming up, right? Like tensions or even oh god, that would be cool if we could organize it enough that like you could start making essentially like a newspaper, like a sort of in-universe newspaper where you can take the information gained from those, curate it to be like, rumors are starting to abound that this faction's been shit-talking this other faction, like, you know, tensions are rising. And especially it could help if somebody did a lot of the farming and you can be like, ooh, you know, rumors are there's a like resources are starting to get really built up in this area, which might, you know, help.
Oh, I need help.
Are you? I didn't realize you were being killed.
I was being killed by silver I'm carrying. I was trying to drop it.
Oh, gotcha. I was distracted thinking about the prospects of Atlas.
There's another 500 silver, by the way.
Oh, is that what came out of that stupid thing?
Oh, so much more came out of it. In fact, I have a Amulet of the Wicked Prophet book now.
Nice. I have an Amulet of the Unyielding Charger, so we got some fancy amulet books.
Is it the red? Is it a red book?
It is a red book.
Okay, and you use Chaos, right?
Yeah. I'm
Do you
flexible.
use Chaos Volley or Chaos Barrier?
I use Aftershock is what I use right now.
Okay, I don't have any of that stuff then. I got 3 of the tier 3 gems out of that thing.
Nice.
Oh, I'm gonna stop by and heal for a moment. Yeah, no, I'm excited at the prospect of an Atlas thing too.
Yeah,
And because of the interest you've shown, you know, I might actually put some side time into that because my whole thing.
Yeah, because I can't say it's
either SCP or pirate.
Necessarily something that I would like jump into play as like an active participant, but I do like the prospect of being like sort of floaty interviewer person, pseudo game master to be like, hey, help facilitate, you know, whatever. I think that could be really amusing to have sort of that extra perspective involved. So I feel like that's something that's a little bit unique amongst like streams like that. I can't think of too many times that happens.
Yeah.
Fire! The sun is hot.
Making me want to put this together, knowing that I have like the actual hard part of a person who would want to do that.
Going in here. Harpy. Who the heck?
I'm gonna sit inside the building for a moment and drag.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. These guys with guns suck. I hate them. Oh no, somebody broke my tree that I was using for shade.
Get to the building. We got backup.
Oh, I've been killed. God, those... Oh, those gunners are skulls.
Yeah, I was gonna question why they were not dying so easily.
And also doing seemingly infinity damage to my ass. I am nearby shade if you can get over here, and the guys at the front are pretty close to death.
Oh, I see you over there. Oh.
Oh, the shades moved. They used to be shady over here.
I
I don't have a very close waypoint. That's too bad.
Wait, I got this. Okay, this is gonna hurt, but if I need to give up, I can give up at any given moment. Give me 1 second. Perfect.
Oh, hey. I'm in shade again. Oh, he's gonna shoot your ass.
There, go for them.
Oh, we're out of
You're gonna have to get ready to, like, book it
Yep.
over to the shade.
Oh, yeah.
Get inside the house.
This is our house now. we live here.
My blood, restore my body.
Oh,
I mean, it's got a nice kitchen and everything. This is a nice place. We live here now.
I will say I have to wait until Thursday to know what's gonna happen with my pirate arc.
Oh, yeah?
So Thursday is a momentous day for me
Oh, yeah? What's going on then?
because one of my favorite game franchises is getting its 3rd installment. The
Oh, yeah,
Cat
that was
Quest
the
3.
the Cat Quest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Cat Quest has always done one thing to almost perfection, which is the style of it is like, it looks like a very like Paper Mario-esque game.
We could come over here and fight the boss. They are in a big house.
I'm just recharging health real quick.
Cool. They are in a large boozateria.
Yeah, I see that. So yeah, the style, like the art style is like a Paper Mario style.
Ass.
But the active like fighting style and whatnot is like just a generic hack and slash RPG.
I just realized why my damage is shit and why I'm taking so much damage is because my necklace broke, and so now I am technically level 52.
I see.
Yeah, well, probably be fine. It's probably not going to be fine, actually, but I don't know how to immediately solve that problem.
Well, I would appreciate some
I'm coming.
back to this dungeon still. Oh god, skeletons, please. You guys are my only real backup. That's not true. You're my temporary backup. Okay, I can heal before the fight. But yeah, so it's like open world hack and slash, but with like 2D, like pseudo 2D, 3D graphics.
Uh-huh.
And so it's just genuinely like a really nice, like amalgamation of both 2 and 3D in a gameplay style that is not. Oh, that's a mechanic.
Sure is!
So I've goddamn played Donkey Kong.
Ow!
Oh, you can break them.
Shit!
Oh, come on.
and just hit me.
Oh my god, that counts! Wait, does that actually count?
Did you get an assistant? Or am I? Ha ha! Let's dance.
Oh, he... Okay.
Have a taste.
No?
How's this?
I like your rapier though, sir. I wish I could use it.
For a flavor. A toast to you. This is your last. Don't watch them out. Wash your hands.
Stupid parry.
Oh, down.
You can hide behind him and he can take the barrel hit.
They do very poor damage to him.
Come, embarrass yourself.
Oh, he didn't take the barrel hit.
How's this for a flavor? Oh, God.
Oh god. that
What
almost
the heck?
Be your dance moves.
I didn't think I was standing in that.
Have a taste.
I'm gonna try my best to stall. You may wanna...
Yeah. The fact that my freaking necklace broke at the worst possible time is really a freaking problem.
I will assert my will. Return to me.
'Cause I'm really not doing
There
very
we
much
go.
damage.
Go, guys. Blood orbs.
Leave me
Oh, he
alone.
has a sunroof in here. Ow, I
Down,
died.
leave me alone. Alright, well, honestly, before I go back there, I probably need to go back to the base to just fix my shit.
I have no idea where I was, so I'm just gonna respawn at home.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a real ass problem. Okay, so what is this?
Yeah, that's
Scorchstone glass
for-
gem dust.
for any questioning why this is on a Tuesday instead of a Thursday, that's why. Because this Thursday is Cat Quest, and I am going to be streaming it all day long. The moment I wake up and stream is prepared, to the moment I go to bed.
Let's see, glass.
I'm so hyped for it.
I need more glass.
It's a pirate game about cats. It can't speak to me more.
Do we have more quartz for glass?
We do.
We do.
7, 8, 8, 7,
This amount.
none. Oh. Yeah, I need gem dust, glass, and scourge stone as well.
Yup.
Split the gem dust. See if that's
Man,
enough. It's not.
I mean,
Gonna have
just-
to crush some gems.
yeah, I was like, grab some of the shittier gems.
Grabbing 20 of these regular sapphires to crush. Where do I get scourge stone from? I don't know. I have to make
Scourge
it,
stone is
right?
in the alchemy box.
I see. Thank you.
Yep. And there is enough scourge stone, so we're set there.
Okay. Okay.
I just need a bit more gem dust and I'll be set. Oh, we got the gem dust now. Damn, that turns into a lot of gem dust.
Yes, it does. Why I put in the 20 of the regular blue ones, because I'm like, I don't think either of us use blue.
Repair.
As good as new.
There we go. It's repaired now. Hooray. Here's
I need 7 glass.
and glass.
Oh, that's not enough glass, is it? Nope.
There's still some more in the furnace. That was all I had though on me. There's some being furnaced in the furnace, so hopefully it's gonna get there. Otherwise, we might have to go slap some quartz.
I got my connection issues.
Oh, good. Now I'm suddenly gear level 70, which is much better than freaking 52.
Oh, that's gonna cause so many people who are playing and watching side-by-side panic.
What's that?
The noise that just came out of my Discord because I reconnected.
Oh, yeah.
Is there more glass smelting?
There was. If not, then that means we're out. I have to go find some quartz.
There is no glass smelting.
Actually, there might be some quartz literally outside of our own damn house. I think I can see it out the window, actually. Right freaking there.
Still be appreciated.
Well, I have... The building is built in such a fashion that I cannot actually get over there. Hold on, let me... just destroy one of these walls real quick.
The material is too strong.
But yeah, a big group Atlas thing could be fun. Need to find people that are like willing to play that kind of game though.
Yeah.
And then the bigger problem is organizing them into factions, I think. Because like
True. Alright, there we go. More glass is furnacing now.
Well, I do think I'm like backstabs can be okay.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would prefer is that if the backstab happens, it's because they wanted to be with a different group. So they backstab the group that they're with to help the other group, like that sort of sabotage.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be pretty...
That'd
be interesting to... You'd have to, like, set up the incentive structure.
There's, like, the Among Us system, too, of, like, if you get caught, your group can kick you out, obviously. You can be banned from, like, visiting a certain haven or whatnot.
Yeah.
See how many people, like, become the Australians. The people who, like, wanted to be in a different group, backstabbed their own group, got caught doing so. Have to give good incentive to not want to fully backstab the group, though.
Yeah, because, like, that's the whole thing, is, like, what would incentivize somebody to try to switch teams? Like, what would be the goal there? And then, like...
So where are we heading?
We will be going back. I assume you're all repaired up now?
Yep.
Well, I assume we're going to try to fight that guy again.
Yeah.
So this... Either these
Far northwest or something?
Yeah. It's here.
Oh. Yeah, it's mostly the incentives on, like, playing with the group you were given.
Right.
That would need to happen. To which, to be fair, the other idea for that was just go through, find different, like, collab streamers that play sort of things that are interested in Atlas. Pose them the question of, hey, would you and your group be interested in playing Atlas together?
Yeah.
And just invite them to help change the world altogether.
Oh, no.
That was pretty funny.
Tremendous regret. Yeah, but as well as, like, you'd need to incentivize why wouldn't, like, everybody just join the same team or whatever, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's why what you do is you do the reality TV thing of, like, there is an actual cash prize reward.
Right.
I don't know that it would be, like, a big sum, but, like, something like something like $100 each for a Steam gift card isn't the worst.
Hit me.
Oh, hi, barrels. Oh, rip.
Flavor. Oh, yeah. Don't wipe them out.
There we go.
Watch your step.
Oh lord.
Yeah, he does do them from that angle when you get to...
How's this for flavor? No time. And just hit me. Ah, je vais mourir.
You wrecked, jerk.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a lot easier when I'm not taking infinity damage. Yeah, I actually am not sure if I like the way that's set up, in the sense that like my amulet does not actually confer me any defensive properties. It seems silly that I was taking like 4 times the amount of damage from that guy just because like my quote unquote item level was lower.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
I want to attempt to do the next one still of the Holy Resistance person.
Which one? The Elementalist?
Think so?
Yes.
Let's see if I'm tracking real quick. Yeah.
Sure. It's allegedly nearby.
No. It's nighttime, and Holy Resistance is something we need, so...
No, please.
I did find out we are supposed to be, quote-unquote, supposed to be doing other boss fights, too, that they don't advertise.
Oh.
Like, apparently Dracula is one of them. I don't know what level he is.
Isn't Dracula at the top? Dracula's like literally the...
Is it the same Dracula?
I thought Dracula was the level 90 guy. Maybe I just made that assumption. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, come on.
Ah, my bones.
It's always worse when you get caught right behind someone who does it, because it's just...
Oh, shit. I need blood. Ow. Stop shooting my ass.
Using this time to get away.
I didn't mean to hit that button, but you know what? That's fine. I will simply irradiate the entire line of them.
Yeah, it's... Incentive to, like, actually play and do this sort of thing is definitely part of the problem. Oh, is that... Oh, I found the Elementalist. Nice.
Ow.
I will say turning off and on PvP at any given moment is probably something that I would want to work out personally, because, like... Especially for something like the reality, like TV, like doing a always PvP system never works out.
Sure.
For good content. I'm like, you see how many people cut like hundreds of hours worth of content when they make Rust videos.
Yeah.
Because it's always just a grind, and then people come, they break shit, so you have to regrind.
I am the fire that will cleanse my dark, beginning the
Oh, okay. Man, I want to be a mage like her. Why can't I do that? Ow!
Oh.
That's a freaking
Ow,
problem.
This tornado is the end of me. Really? I need to get some of these blurred.
Oh, there's 3. Oh, God, they're so accurate. What is that?
Really? Next one's down.
Hey, yo!
Oh, hey, goodbye.
Okay.
You were.
What the damn hell? Okay.
Oh, that's death. I'm dead.
Ha!
Yep, that sun got me.
Oh my god!
Did it get you too?
Yeah! That shit just kept following me around.
Yep. I
if
had a
you...
feeling it was a mechanic. No, I'm dead already.
Okay, I was gonna say if you can get... She was actually frozen there for a second. If you could get here quick enough, it might have been okay, but...
I can try, but...
Nah,
no,
she's back and happy. Where did we end up? Oh, there, okay.
I went south.
I was trying to figure... I wasn't even paying attention to the map when we died, so I was like, I don't actually know where we were. I found it.
I went south and immediately ran into a lake.
Well,
I'm an idiot. I am a wolf, so they don't care about me.
Yeah, I didn't change before I jumped down. Please stop shooting me. Stupid ass outpost.
Okay, well, I made it back.
Oh, come on! Can't believe that
Oh,
shot
hello,
that
world.
far.
How you guys doing?
I do wish it was a little easier to run past people, because it's very annoying.
You can always spider form yourself.
Yeah, but then you're slow.
Are you slow? How slow is a spider?
Well, I guess I assume it's slow.
Step into a new skin.
It's slow.
Oh, that doesn't work at all how I thought it did. You can't move while you're... What is the point of that?
I don't know.
I am the fire will cleanse Vardor, beginning with you!
I
Oh, let's not die to the fire tornado.
I hate that. God, the fire is so much damage. This is also really freaking
This is where I'm
shitty.
gonna do this. Come here.
Yeah.
Come here, guys. Help.
Oh.
Oh. Can you stop, like, actively targeting me? I hate you with a passion. I'm gonna die again once I can get to this. Okay, I got to the health orbs. It helped a little bit.
Freaking screw you, bro.
I will end you.
Dead. Oh, she's frozen. Oh, I don't know if that sunbeam will let you do it, though. No.
No, absolutely will not.
No,
Okay.
just-
No. No.
Try your best to win it for me. I have to sit and wait for this one, which is too low too. I don't wanna. So close.
Ah!
Don't die.
No, I didn't. Oh, come on. Ooh. All right, I have got to stop using freezing, clearly, because she just, like, there's a big barrier of health that they get when they get frozen. Like, I had to work through the freaking ice damage just to get through that.
Well, they take more damage when they're frozen still, though. Like, the damage is a greater output. It's just the...
Yeah, but it, like, gets back over where they were on the health. I do not want to do that. That is very irritating.
Sup, idiots. Goodbye. I can only imagine being a guard, having a gunshot go right beside you, and just because it wasn't by you or your partner, neither of you give a shit. Like, the two guards were standing duty. Dude tried to shoot me, shot, like, right in front of the guard that was standing duty instead. And they just didn't give a shit. Couldn't have cared less.
Very irritated that I didn't win that fight. That's some bullshit.
I'm gonna try to save my minions for when I go down this time. Because while they're really good at, like, a really good amount of quick DPS, that quick DPS ain't helping nearly as much if she's just gonna gain it back after. So I should use it when I'm in an emergency.
I mean, it does help sort of distract when there are the three of them, though.
Yeah.
I am the fire that will cleanse our door, beginning with you.
Oh, hey, tornado.
Ah, shit.
Ah.
God damn it.
Okay.
What?
Well, I got one of them down.
Okay, I would rather not be here right now. It's fine. We're navigating the fire. Everything is fine.
I don't know what possessed me to dodge all that.
Oh, come on. That was unreasonable.
I will end you, worm.
Screw you.
See, this is where I want my army for, so that I don't have to worry about the distraction as much.
Jesus, that was a lot of frickin' damage on my ass. I'm going down.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, come on. These freaking fireball bullshit. I can't believe how incredibly irritatingly those track.
So, saving both didn't help.
That freaking fireball bullshit.
Because I noticed they distracted for me to like want to try to dodge, which was their job. But they died too fast.
Yeah.
And the problem is just if I use them too early, then I go down during the fireball phase instead. Or during just before the fireball phase, sorry. I was anchor killing.
Nah, I needed some blood. That seemed like an easy one to get.
Tomato, tomato.
Fair.
Oh, you're susceptible to rage bait. I need you to play that card game I'm making.
In some cases, I'm susceptible to rage bait.
You're susceptible to rage bait when it's not entirely clear what the rage bait was.
Perhaps. Where the hell did my
Like-
loot end up? Oh, it's over here.
Like, it's all the way back down there. Alright, so yeah, my big thing with her is just I have to use distractions more. Because I can do this,
I am the fire that will
and I can do
cleanse
that,
our doors.
and I can do that, and look at all the ads that are on her now.
Ow. And then she does that shit.
Yup. This is when I just play the dodging game a little bit.
Destroys all potential ads. I can't... The amount of damage taken from one mistake with the fire is ridiculous.
Oh, come on, I dodged that.
I was at the very outside of that range. Yeah, use that. Wolves, why are you here? No.
Whoops. Where do you see wolves?
They were running in from the side over here.
Yeah, this I'm gonna try my best to still just focus on the one target thing again, because it went better last time when I did that, where...
Actually,
there we go.
fact that they kind of all spawned in that weird corner really helped get some AoE damage on them. God damn it.
Oh, that's a tornado high.
Okay.
Well, that's what my minions are for.
I will end you.
I will end you too, lady. Come here. Perfect. Oh, the lag.
shit!
No, come on. No, come on. Got her.
There we go.
Oh my god, I'm down. Because that stupid lightning ball hit me.
No. Ow.
Nope, that's not the right button. There it is. Whew.
Oh my god.
That one is quite the fight.
On is the perfect example of mechanics. I hate you.
I feel stronger.
Baleful Skull Talisman. Oh, for Corrupted Skull. think what you've got is probably better than it. I got another talisman for the corrupted skull.
Ooh, I got a sanguine axes.
Snazzy. It's actually very useful.
That is.
I assume it was a book for it?
It's a book for it.
Shame. Do you still use axes?
I do.
Ah, very helpful for you then.
Axes are not necessarily my melee, but they're still my like go-to backup tool. When I need to get close to something, or I need to break down stuff.
Boy, there is no fast way to get back home, is there?
Oh, son, please.
Hold on, I think it's time to get the...
Bend my will.
Oh wait, you say
Horse
that
out.
actually. There might be.
Shadow calls for my mount.
Oh, yeah,
No.
is there a cave that we can actually get through?
There's a cave up here somewhere. Yeah, it's right here. I'm gonna go through it and see where I come out. Where is this cave entrance? There it is. Teleporter.
Where did it end up?
Oh, interesting.
Doesn't sound particularly promising. Come on!
It's promising in the sense that you don't have to deal with the high-level enemies.
I mean, that's fair.
It's in the first area, so it's all low-level shit. I'll take it because it means it's a lot easier to run back home from here than it is from up there.
Yup. Oh my god, these freaking gunners are the worst.
Did you end up seeing much of what I was like doing on my screen for the car thing, by the way?
The car thing? No.
Yeah, earlier on, just before stream.
I did not. I was off.
Oh.
Yes. I did. I just saw a brief bit. I opened the stream for a moment on there. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I'm with it.
I have, for reference to other people, I have made an only up, but with a car.
Which is a good idea.
It's a stupid idea. I hate it.
I don't think it's a stupit idea. It's obviously got a following, considering...
I hate you, you bitch.
That's just rude.
I am to slap your fucking dog mother.
See, now you're just getting rude with it.
Well, if these wolves didn't decide to be complete and utter fucking assholes, then we wouldn't have this problem. I was going fine, and then a wolf jumped out of the woods, bit me, to which I kept getting hit by, like, arrows and shit. Thought, okay, I've gotten far away enough, I can turn back into a wolf and just continue going at a fast pace. Another wolf came out of the woods again, bit me. As I was, like, turning,
I will assert my will.
which also prompted a panic bit for sun damage.
Yay. Alright,
They decided to be assholes.
back on a horse. Making progress. Do not immediately shoot me off my horse. I will be absolutely irate.
I'm just going with wolf form for now because it's faster to turn into. I don't care about the blood usage.
It is faster to turn into, but the horse is faster.
Yeah, it's got the speed. Just, I don't have the leeway for that.
Yeah. Huzzah! I arrive.
I see. I'm right beside on the road. Okay, so the shortcut would have been faster had I not gotten attacked for a solid 2 minutes in a row.
Slapped repeatedly.
Yep.
What do we need to do to get the Athenium? Ah, the
Oh,
next
Athenium
level.
is a...
The
Yeah.
Black Brew the Doctor.
He's what, 74?
Yeah, 74.
Mushroom terrarium.
Which we should be able to match pretty easily now if we upgrade to the Blood Merlot amulet.
I'm done to try to upgrade to Blood Merlot. Oh, I got a new gem. Ooh, it's another corrupting skull.
Another spell book. What we got here?
What do we got here? Doesn't do as good as stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Poe, do you have a favorite SCP?
No. I have not looked into or read enough of them to even know of like what is what. I only know them by broad premise because like I've seen some of the little ones from like some of the most popular played games, like the Peanut Guy, and I know more. Well, I don't know enough of them. I know them by like flavor and tone, mostly from like Control as a game, because like I get it's like a very similar in premise, and so I know like
Control is 100% just the Remedy SCP verse.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I understand, I get the vibe of SCP, which I like more than ever having sat down to like look into any to like know of any specific.
Are you a fan of more challenging games?
I mean, I do play Souls-likes quite frequently.
Okay. Last question on this line of thought. How are you with FPS games?
I also play FPS games a lot.
I need to conscript you. Because at least if I do what I want to do with you, we can do an SCP stream prior to the actual tabletop setting.
Oh, that would be fitting. A nice prep stream.
It would be nice to get you like into the mindset of SCP stuff.
I think, well, and that's kind of why I mentioned earlier, is like it might be good I could do a couple like of the story times if I can find good SCP ones to read.
So the game I'm thinking of in particular is called SCP-5000.
I require
Uh-huh.
more
It
resources to
is.
What a pain in the ass.
Here we go. It is listed as alpha, quote-unquote alpha testing.
Mm-hmm.
But the scope they're aiming for is like Star Citizen campaign levels of quality. So the only reason I suggest playing this one instead of Containment Breach or like something else is while the game itself is not like quote unquote done, they have one full game mode finished, which is essentially the core premise of the thing, of like going through the different areas, fighting against the Chaos Insurgency or whoever else, as well as like dealing with the SCPs along the way. So that entire game mode is like, as far as I know, finished. They don't touch it at all anymore, and you can play it beginning to end for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly beneficial.
So that's something I might want to try to actually like play with you, because it is not good
could be
solo.
fun. Ah, not good solo.
No, because at least not in that game mode. In other game modes, like if you're really, really that into like, when I say hardcore gaming, I'm talking. Have you heard of GTFO?
Yes, I have.
So it's the equivalent of trying to play GTFO solo.
Yeah.
Before bots were really a thing.
Not ideal.
No, it's a nightmare. And what doesn't help is like the way they the very opening of the game is supposed to be dealing with SCP-173, aka Peanut, the one who you have to look at or he snaps your neck.
Right.
And playing solo, the problem is they don't tell you when the trigger comes, obviously, for him to finally be unleashed.
And how could you possibly deal with it alone? Because, like, you can't really...
You just have to... You have to, like, keep your distance and then do very quick checks of, like, you look to the left to make sure that where you're going is viable, you look back to the right to watch him, and then you walk backwards.
Yeah, that's pretty unreasonable.
It's like, I can see and understand it from a that's how he works perspective.
From a gameplay perspective, it does not function alone.
This hood is... Why am I'm Little Red Riding Hood? Oh, where are you?
I went off again because we got to go back to those stupid vineyards because we need to gather a bunch of freaking sacred grapes.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, because we have to turn it into Blood Merlot from the prisoners in order to make the Blood Merlot pendant.
I see.
Yeah.
I found a Little Red Riding Hood hat.
I had a hood, but not a. I don't think a Red Riding Hood hat. I have a helmet
hood,
now.
But
I'm very stylish.
It's hood. It's very red. Hang on, I'll come and meet you.
I look like a conquistador.
Oh, I want a conquistador hat.
I know. I found it in a chest a bit ago.
Man.
Ah, man.
Well, I mean,
I'm the drippiest.
A conquistador hat is pretty close to what I have, like, just on my actual model, which is the musketeer hat.
Well, mine's more helmet than hat.
Well, yeah, because conquistadors had a helmet, not really a hat.
Yeah.
I just mean it's up the same alley of, like...
Yeah, it's kind of the same era sort of style.
Same era / aesthetic, just different piece of equipment. But yeah, I wouldn't mind trying to find some time to, like, go through that game over the course of stream.
Well, I mean, we will...
Maybe, unfortunately, 2. Because it is a longer game.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nice, honestly. For a game that's labeled alpha testing, I'd prefer that what they have is long and plentiful in combat. Hey, assholes. Stop coming after me. Go after my minions. In fact, you know what? Here. Go after all them. You idiots deal with this. I'm gonna go get grapes.
Yeah. Get them grapes.
Oh, hey, Harpy.
I've gotten a pretty good hold of access. Oh, can I just open up these big piles of grapes? Yeah! Now that's how you get the grapes.
Oh, nice! That is a really good pile of grapes.
Sure is. How many did you get out of yours?
78.
Yep, that's what I got out of mine.
I'm at 187 now.
Nice. I'm just over 100, I think.
I'm using the axes, which are considered a harvesting tool of some kind.
Oh, yeah, that might help.
I believe, yeah, it gives access to more of, like, the resource you go for.
I'm just slapping the grapes with a whip. You know, how you do. The very common practice of whipping the grapes into your inventory. It gets the job done.
I think my big thing is the...
From my veins I rejuvenate.
Yes, for the SCP thing, I'm trying to figure out like how close to SCP I would want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're still a while off.
Right.
We have not beaten the halfway point of Persona 5. Which is kind of my only deadline. Is just, hey... Really? Went to go access the grapes, and you had to be rude about it.
They did. It's really rude.
There we go. Ooh, guess what I got out of that one?
What'd you get out of there?
I got a grape seed.
Ah, nice.
We can plant our own sacred
Ow!
grape.
Who the heck invited this guy?
I don't know, but I'm using it as the perfect opportunity to go and harvest grapes with the VXs.
That's fine. I'll deal with these clowns.
To be fair, it is 100% getting, like, how many grapes are you getting on average per, like,
It's
vine?
like 3 to 10, depending on which one is hitting.
Oh, it is so much more efficient for me to be harvesting these then.
Carry on.
I go from, like, 10 to, like, 50.
Damn.
Back and heal for a moment. Yeah, I'm easily over... I'm at 729 grapes now.
Yeah, we'll probably have enough grapes for a while.
We also have the seeds, so I can plant those after.
Yeah. How many seeds did you end up with?
Only one so far.
Ah, well.
Yeah, they're rare. That's why I'm actually looking for the bigger, like, tubs again.
The tub of grapes.
Oh!
There's
across
one over there.
across the street. Yeah, across the street. To where I'm gonna do this to get over the wall. Nope, zombies go. This is so much more efficient. I send out my zombies to, like, go and deal with a threat. Oh my god, that's a lot of grapes. This one tub of them had, like, 162.
Who the heck is... Oh, a paladin.
122. Oh, connection issues. There we go.
Bam.
Is that all
What?
of the...
That's certainly enough, I think. Let's freaking get
I was
outta
just
here.
hoping... I was hoping for seeds.
Ethereal bond, come back to me.
I don't see any other tubs.
I do also like that I can pick up on wolf form.
Later.
Yep.
Up.
When we get back, we can set up grapes to do their thing, and then while they're doing their thing, would you want to go do some riffs?
Yeah, we can see if we can get there.
Pardon?
We can see if we can get over there to that.
We should be able to do at least one. It's they don't come often, and every single rift incursion is a chance at those condemned pistols.
Sure.
Although at this point, I'm wondering if it's going to be more worth it to wait the 10 levels.
Yeah, we're almost out of the this tier of weapons.
Yeah. It's going to be one more weapon in the tier, and that's it.
Yep.
And I can just use the blood ones until then, I guess. Alright, never mind. Just focus on
Okey-doke.
making the stuff. But yeah, it's a question for... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we are kind of closing in on the potential
game.
conclusion to this, because like I feel like we probably have like 2 more streams, maybe.
I'd say
based on
3.
Maybe 3.
Usually there's like the one stream near the end that you're doing a lot of prep for, because like we have like 4 or 5 bosses that are just world events too to go and deal with.
That's true. Yeah, probably 3.
And so dealing with those bosses as well, I'd say like a solid 3.
It's like based on how quickly we are getting levels, like 2 more and we'll probably be real close to max level.
Yeah. It's just the prep stuff that I feel like takes a lot of time in this game.
It does. You're absolutely right.
Which, hey, at that point, for the SCP-5000,
yeah, we could.
I have my answer. Just wait until this is done, then switch over to that.
Okay, Blood Merlot.
I have a good reason to still do a little bit of collabs, because
Second Blood Merlot.
I just have more fun streaming collaborative stuff. I feel like tomorrow's gonna, or not tomorrow, but Thursday will be a bit of a special case.
Yeah.
Mostly because I am pirate.
Yar har har.
Yep.
Okay, what was the other thing I needed for this?
Where do the grapes go?
You can just stash them. I have 2 Blood Merlots. I'm working on making the amulets for both of us.
I see. Gotcha. I have a feeling they go outside.
Yeah, I'm sure they are considered plant life.
They are indeed, to which I am going to go ahead and plant the grape seeds now. So that it's just always growing.
Oh, it was the radium alloy that I also needed.
This, after this amulet, though, might actually be a good place to call it then.
Yeah, that is true.
I have to be up at like 7:30 in the morning.
That is freaking early.
Especially for a person who has a sleep schedule of can't sleep until 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's like I said that's freaking early, and then it's like, wait a second, I get up at like 7:45 every morning for work, so, you know, well, here we are.
Yep.
I wish I didn't have to, but alas.
Oh my god, thanks, connection issues.
No, stop making that.
Ow.
Keep making spectral dust.
I do need to check something now on Steam. Okay, I've put 37 hours into this game, giving it a solid 4 hours outside of this game. That's still a pretty good amount of time.
Yeah. And there's not really been any dull moments, so it does a good job for still being a co-op viable game, considering it really was designed to have more faction stuff happening.
Yeah. So we are halfway to those greater Stygian shards.
Excellent.
Oh, you know what? We met up. You know what I forgot to do?
What's that?
Show you my Red Riding Hood.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's like similar to the hood that I had. You like my conquistador helmet?
I do. You look like a conehead.
Styling. All right,
You look
let's
like
see
a
if this is
conehead
enough.
for sure. What did I see? I was like surprisingly close. 61 void orbs. Damn.
Shoot. Okay, well, I can make one, and then I'm I'm gonna need 3 more radium alloy.
So, if I'm doing my math right, then whatever you stream next Tuesday will be it.
What about?
Whatever you stream next Tuesday is when I get 64 Void Orbs.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
As long as I don't miss, which I could intentionally miss one, so I can push it to the Thursday for the funny. I can cement my place in your chat while being in the call.
Yeah.
Tempting.
Yeah?
And it means I don't have to do the stress part of a Saturday. Because you stream at the same time as us on Saturdays.
Uh-huh.
Minus, I think we do still start the hour earlier. But
Yoink.
the part of it that makes it really annoying is that we do voice acting on Saturdays. Meaning I have to do voices while also listening to you sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just intrigued as to what you're doing. And if you're still doing Final Fantasy VIII, I'll admit, not my biggest source of pleasure.
That's fair. That one's mostly just for me and Kappa. That's a good nostalgia trip. Though it does grab some very specific, Final Fantasy fans, apparently, to stop by.
I feel like you could probably do the same for, any Final Fantasy game.
Well, yeah, we were talking about that last time. How I was like, we're really probably just going to move into, at some point down the line, doing 9 as well. Not nearly so much for nostalgia, but for the fact that, I think I only played 9 once, and I have largely forgotten it entirely. So it's that's a much more fresh experience again.
I love it when you can forget, all of the stuff that makes a game that game.
Your amulet's in there for you now, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, that bumps the gear level up to 74. Oh, there's Simon Belmont.
Done. Oh?
Over 70. It's probably level 80. He's still technically level question mark, but I think more likely that is 80.
Oh, that is Simon Belmont, the Vampire Hunter.
Sure is.
He is actually our halfway point of this final saga.
Oh, he is.
If you look at it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't know who the level 90 person is.
I assumed it was Dracula. I'll be honest.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna Google it right now.
I was like, that was my immediate assumption.
But I figure if it's Dracula, then why is Simon not going after that?
You know, what a wonderful question you have.
Do you wish for me to confirm or deny?
You can. It's not going to bother me.
Okay, so it's definitely not a V-Blood foe. It's just...
Eesh.
Oh, I don't believe this is Dracula.
Oh, interesting.
Nope, this is not Dracula. In fact, it's going to be way more annoying.
Okay, let's see here. Reinforced planks.
Do you wish to hear the name of him?
Sure, it's probably not going to mean much, but...
Dolaris the Immaculate.
What the heck? Okay. Alright. Okay, Mr. Immaculate.
Oh, wait, what? No, that's not true. Why does someone say that he's the final boss if they're not the final boss?
It's less final boss than ever.
It's 4 levels below the final boss.
Do we still have copper coins somewhere?
I do.
Do you have like 12?
Yeah, here, come take 24.
Okay, super.
Oop, I have 170 left on me.
That's great.
So, I do know the final boss now, the level 91. And it is indeed Dracula.
Okay.
But he has a name to it. It's kind of cool.
All right, I've made us a coin box.
Oh, nice.
So now we actually have somewhere that it can go.
He's not just Dracula. He's Dracula the Immortal King.
Fancy. I was gonna say, is he Dracula Dead and Loving It? Which is a funny movie.
No, but that would be really funny. Where'd you put this coin box?
It's in the second floor. I'm kind of making a new pseudo storage space for some of the less frequently needed stuff.
In here, coin storage.
Yeah.
Well, there is a ton of money put into that coin storage. Talking 2 racks of silver.
New consumables box. Actually think
Oh!
one of these.
That layer is a thing? I see. I had to Google.
Where are the fish bones at? Where are the fish bones at?
I had to Google because I was curious.
There we go. Fish storage.
Just the rest of the different
It's
like bosses and
refrigerated.
whatnot. The different layers that we've gone to,
Uh-huh.
that the bosses aren't there, are still boss layers, like V-Blood layers.
Uh-huh.
So those are going to be fun and annoying.
Great.
Yeah, especially when one of them I saw earlier, he's a fucking walking Wendigo.
Neato.
And he is Gore Crusher the Behemoth.
I saw him walk past me a bit ago.
Yeah, he's
Actually,
he's one of the things.
he was causing me duress. He actually didn't care that much, but he was just in my way.
Yeah.
Copper. That's not what I meant.
Alright, we did it though.
Bam.
Made it up
I've-
to a pretty good stopping point.
I've made us a large material storage now too. Bam.
So the problem with next, this is why I say 3. I think next stream is going to be getting up to, but not including Simon.
Possibly.
Unless we want to really stretch the length we go, because the Simon is whatever is after 77. What level is Simon? Hang on. I know I've seen his level somewhere, so I'm just gonna look at this point. Oh, that's why it ends here, because Dracula wasn't actually added yet. I see, because they also don't have, they didn't have Simon on here either. Oh, so there's a reason Simon does not have a level. Because Simon is level 80 plus.
Oh.
Meaning if
Okay.
you are a higher level, he adjusts to your level.
Oh. Interesting.
So level 80 roughly. Before we
Yeah.
can take on anyway.
Yeah, so next time we can pretty easily kill several of the V-Bloods, but then we're going to get hung up because it looks like
We need
Matka the
gear.
Curse Weaver is going to give us the advanced loom and ghost yarn, which we're going to have to work through to make
Yep.
the
Not
new
to
gear
mention,
set.
Not to mention, there's like the advanced tannery.
Yeah, I don't know what that'll get for us, but it will be something.
Probably
Oh,
going to be
as-
clothing related stuff for the new gear.
As well as with Henry Blackbrew and the Athenium, that's going to get us potential access to the Sanguine weapons.
Yep. There's also Voltea the Power Master, which gives the power core to continue that stuff.
Yeah, which Power Core's
So-
still a little bit of a question mark as to what
This-
it's necessarily for.
I will definitely say 3 to 4 streams remaining, because next stream is probably going to be taking out all those guys and then gearing up.
Yep.
And then if we want to push it, honestly, it depends on what I'm doing next Thursday, but I probably wouldn't mind
Yeah,
of pushing it
there's a-
just to get Simon done.
Yeah.
And then so that's one. The second stream would be getting up to 88 and then doing all the gear up to 88.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which would
it
then
certainly
put us at
seems like
90.
there's probably going to be 3.
Final stream being let's go take out Dracula.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't want to double push it like that for a stream, like runtime. But a longer stream next time to kind of make up for the shorter stream today. Because we normally go to like, oh, I guess it's already 11:30, so yeah.
Yeah, it's been over 4,
Well,
so we did pretty well.
Yeah. But it is also making up for the like lack of a few streams that we missed to be able to run a little bit longer. And clearing them out won't be hard if we like genuinely just take a night, go clear out the 3 that we can,
Yep.
come back,
Smack
gear up as
them.
much as we can.
Yeah, because
Go
I
out.
feel like we're right now actually kind of like a little bit ahead on gear, considering what's alive. Like
We're
like dead
actually
even,
matched.
but
Yeah.
for a long time we were fighting over our weight, just like
Oh, yeah.
pushing ahead, and now we're
That's
actually
thing I do in way too many games, and
the same.
This one we just were enablers to each other is all that sounds like.
Yeah. So now we're really like, because we could with no changes to what our gear, we could work our way all the way through 77 already. Like, so we we're behind by like 6 guys. We got 6 guys we could go cook.
Yeah.
Just like right out the gate, just bam, 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 and then sit down to deal
It's-
with everything.
Yeah, it's the sit down to deal with everything that I feel like is going to take the longest.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And then like ending it I'm like, the other problem then is also just how long is that final segment gonna take?
It's hard to say.
Because I feel like once we start the final group of bosses, we might not want to finish that stream until we just do Dracula at that point, because
Well, honestly, a big part of it is going to be how tough those fights are. Like, if we find ourselves having to do a significant amount of fighting at some of those final bosses, and I mean, if that Elementalist is any indication, like, they're not slouches by any stretch.
no, the other thing is for sure, probably not next stream, but like the one after, when we're going through trying to prepare for all this late game stuff. One of the bosses that's after Simon, that I really don't want to deal with, and the Sunbringer is actually a hint as to what's to come. We're gonna want potions and stuff too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because
We'll have to do more meaningful prep for specific combats.
Yeah. Holy Resistance. Flat. Oh, interesting. There's a Resistance Potion and a Resistance Flask. And you use a potion to make a flask, which is 60 minutes. And it's up to 75 for the Holy Resistance ratings.
Yeah,
Which sounds like it's going to be like an absolute necessity.
Yeah. Yeah.
If that one boss we did with holy damage was any indication,
It was awful.
just taking like constant.
Well, and more
damage from
importantly, it's
one.
awful in like you can't freaking heal or do anything because you just get staggered out of it immediately.
Yeah.
The whole thing. All right. Well, anyway,
What in the hell is this?
we oughta wrap it up. You got to get up early in the morning.
One last note. What the hell does this do? I kind of want to try it.
What's that?
Irradiant Gruel.
Radiant
Plague?
Gruel.
Plaguebriar and Mutant Grease.
Oh yeah.
It says it's a consumable, but that is not recommended to drink, so I want to do it immediately.
Blood mutating effects.
I'm gonna try it.
Can you... You can feed it to a prisoner.
Where is this thing? I'm gonna try it. This is my ending to stream.
Well, good
Where is
luck.
our mutant grease?
There's a
Materials
couple.
store?
You can find some in the fabricator, I believe.
Fabricator, gotcha.
So I believe there's also some. Yeah, there's quite a bit there. There's also some in the
That'll work.
tannery. Oh, there's no more in the tannery. No, I'm just kidding. It's all been used up in the tannery.
I'm going to make two. One for a prisoner, and then one for myself. Because I feel like if I'm gonna do the
I
funny,
mean, you gotta try, I suppose.
I will always live by the motto of try it once.
I don't have any fish to help. I've cranked up the misery on this
Alright,
prisoner here.
let's see. Hey, buddy.
Guess what you get?
You get food today.
Isn't that exciting?
Oh, that just...
Did
Oh.
it not trigger?
It did increase... No, it did
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, because it increases the blood quality, but did not turn it into a raging mutant.
Oh, this hurts. I'm
Okay.
in combat.
Well, enjoy your death.
Oh,
Not so
it didn't
bad.
kill me.
Kind of wanted it to turn them into a raging mutant. Oh well.
I'll try gambling with them one more time. See what happens.
You can pull it off.
I feel like there's got to be something more hidden to this thing. Maybe we just don't have good enough prisoners.
Well, I mean, it says that it could turn him into a raging mutant. That seems to be the main thing. I'm not actually sure if that's like an undesirable result, though, either. Like, that might be kind of what we want. I don't know what benefit that would give it.
Ooh, yo, he getting good health quality now.
I mean, it is working its way up ever so slowly.
All right, make two more. Okay, let's gamble. I want to end this on a funny note.
I want to see the mutant. Henry, why did you walk into the prison? Okay, never mind. You're good. I don't know how Henry did that. He can apparently walk through prison bars.
I mean, Henry is an undead, so.
Henry does what he wants.
Yep. I like we got Henry and Barry, but not Ed. Okay. Man, 35% chance is pretty low.
Yeah, it's A-okay. After what, 4?
No, it's been more than that.
Has it been more?
Yeah. I'm making him 4 more right now.
All of our plague briars.
Hey, we have tons outside.
Okay.
growing, right? I would not be using the plague briar if we did not have at least we have 4 crops out there growing it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So just coming back, we'll be able to harvest some, and then Plaguebriar is from the area we're in anyway, so we'll also just be able to get it from that. Alright, here we go. Raging Mutant time, come on.
Come on now, bucko.
Come on now, Jerry.
There it is. Oh. He's busting out.
Oh god, he's out. Oh no!
He died.
I should have drank him. He had like 50% mutant blood quality.
Well, how much the mutant bile did he drop? Or mutant grease?
I don't know how much I used, but I'm back to like 384, which is almost what I took out actually.
Yeah, it's like he might have just given us a bunch. They can drop pretty big chunks of that stuff.
Put that back in there for now.
Yeah, I mean that's not too far off what was there in the first place.
And then yeah, if we go into the backyard, you can see all the crops out here slowly growing. All of these, like these 3 green ones for sure, as well as some of the brown ones maybe, are the mutant crop.
Gotcha.
What the fuck is that noise?
That was Doggo decided to come in and cough about it.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Doggo and his old man cough.
So Once Human's been pretty funny, by the way.
Oh yeah.
To the point where I'm gonna scar a bunch of people, so if you're playing Once Human, be warned. If you're not paying attention... Oh, it's not playing now. Damn. Me and my friend both have a soundboard thing that I made, where one of the problems of the game is that the enemies have very few lines. So 90% of the time, when you're walking around a base, you will almost always hear, did you hear that? Oh, it was working, right. I just put it in my left earbud, that's why. I don't have my left earbud in, and it's directional audio.
Ah.
Hang on. Yeah, perfect, okay. It was working. So I made it a soundboard clip to be annoying.
Excellent.
I confused so many people in the Once Human Discord by joining my soundboard thing enabled.
You just
Anybody
randomly
who has
set it up to randomly play on stream. It's like every 5 minutes it has like a 15% chance to play or whatever.
I was thinking of making a redeem that does something like that, of like go through a roulette wheel of the knocks, like the knock on the door, the like
just random sounds.
Yeah, random sounds that you could like reasonably hear in an everyday setting. I'm like, I could include the "Did you hear that" one.
Yeah.
All right. That being said, thank you, chat, for coming by. Thank you, Poe, for joining.
Of course.
Especially on a Tuesday. I'm back tomorrow with something.
Something.
Tomorrow is the like worst possible day for a stream. Because it's like it's not a set collab day, and it's not Cat Quest day, which
just ain't got no plans.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what I'll do. I'll do something. I like the idea of I have a set schedule, but not a set game schedule.
Yeah.
It's let me be a little bit more flexible and have a little bit more fun.
Yeah, that's how I roll. That's how I like to go to. It's a good plan.
I don't know what tomorrow will be, but for Thursday, aka International Cat Day,
Huzzah.
we got Cat Quests starting early. And then Friday is also Cat Quest.
Cat Quest into the foreseeable future.
I plan on 100%ing the game.
Yep. There you go.
It is a franchise that is like notorious for its replayability and its ability to like 100% and still get like really good content out of it all the way through.
There you go. Cat Quest into the foreseeable future.
Yeah. So
and infinitum.
Any solo stuff is going to be Cat Quest. We will probably do a campaign run, and then for new game, I will probably do all the side quests and stuff, and start that. That being said, thank you for joining. Make sure you go and not only hit the subscribe button on my channel, just do it. Don't ask questions. Go and do it on Pose as well afterwards.
Hell yeah. We're on the road to 500, at which point I have promised to play Getting Over It, where I will be very upset most of the time, I'm sure.
Until then, be safe, have fun, rest well, and of course, as absolutely always, stay ghoulish, my friends.
All right, now my side. Thanks everybody for coming and hanging out. For those who may still be here, tomorrow I have the Telltale Heart coming, which I'm very proud of. So look forward to that story reading. Also, bye, Seaweaver. See you later. Make sure to go listen to the Telltale Heart. It's very exciting. Spread that around if you know anybody who'd be interested. Thursday, back for more Final Fantasy VIII. Now I have to remember all the things that I'm doing. Really, just both Thursday and Saturday will probably be Final Fantasy VIII. So we're just cruising through that with Kappa. And then Sunday will be more Lovecraft stories. The normal stuff. But thanks all for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good midweek, and I will see you next time. All right. Bye.
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes.